Good afternoon and welcome to the MSC Mekong Qualifiers 2022. And yes, this is the final day of MSC Mekong. And of course, you've already seen a lot of the teams played out, but it all boils down to this very day. We will find out who will be the champion of the Mekong region. And of course, you are watching the Mekong Qualifiers. There will be 6 representatives that have fought so far for the title of being the representative of the Mekong region for the MSC 2022, which will be happening in Kuala Lumpur 2022 this year. And of course, the 10,000 US dollar prize pool. This tournament is organized by MSC Global in cooperation with the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, or VERESA, VNG Games, as well as Laos Esports Federation. This is also considered a pre-SEA Games tournament. Esports at the 2024 Southeast Asian Games will be held at the National Convention Center in Hanoi, Vietnam. I would love to visit Vietnam once again. But of
Mhm.
course, if you are in Hanoi, Vietnam, it will be happening on the 13th of May up until the 22nd. Mobile Legends Bang Bang will be one of the medal contested events.
Yes, and Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, or VERESA, is the SEA Games 31st esports organizer in Vietnam. VNG Games is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang publisher in Vietnam. Lao Esports Federation is responsible for Lao big esports events such as the 31st SEA Games Qualifier and other international events. A little background about what happened yesterday. Well, we saw one of the top four teams get taken out of the tournament. IDNS Prince has been defeated by Idonotsleep Esports. And on the upper bracket of finals, we saw Team Vietnam win 2-1 against Niightmare Esports. So right now, the day is going to start with a series of Niightmare Esports going up against I Do Not Sleep Esports to qualify and be able to be the one to challenge Team Vietnam. So again, this is going to be insane. The prize pool is going to be comprised of 10,000 US dollars,
Yep.
4,000 USD for the plus the MSC 2022 slot for the champion. Second placer will receive 2,500 USD. Third position will receive 1,500 US dollars. The fourth is going to be $1,000, and fifth and sixth spot respectively will each receive 500 USD. Again, this is a best of three elimination, and it will be a best of five in the grand finals. And the champion, of course, will be qualified for the MSC 2022, and that's something that we are definitely looking forward to.
Yeah, I know, right, Gigi? A lot of you guys have been hyped up for MSC. We've already seen a lot of hype about this MSC event, which will be happening again this year in Kuala Lumpur. And of course, all throughout this event, we will be doing random codes for you guys to
Mhm.
enjoy. So don't worry if you weren't able to catch them the past few days of the playoffs. We will be having more of them. Keep your eyes peeled out. Don't worry, we'll mention it every time it comes up on screen. And the highest one that we have is actually a level 8 tournament chest, which contains 1,099 diamonds. And of course, we are going to be starting this day, like what you mentioned, Gigi. It is going to be IDNS, the only remaining Thai team here
Yeah.
in the tournament, as well as Laos's remaining team. I think these are the three regions left: Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam in the competition. And this is all in already for these two teams, Nightmare Esports and Idonotsleep. They are going to be fighting for that slot to be up against Team Vietnam in the grand final stage. So will it be a rematch again by Team Vietnam and Nightmare Esports, or will it be IDNS esports from Thailand that will be facing Team Vietnam? Ultimately, we'll find out after this very game, but it is going to be a very, very exciting day, Gigi. And I
Mhm.
think a lot of our viewers are also looking forward to today, who will be crowned the champion of Mekong. I am looking forward to see this as well.
Yep. And take note that I Don't Sleep Esports has battled against Nightmare Esports before, although it was a loss for them. Maybe this time in the lower bracket finals, they would be more prepared and have a better performance against a Nightmare Esports. Also, Nightmare Esports are the first team to scratch the record here of Team Vietnam. Although it's not a series win, they did secure a game win against Team Vietnam in the game two of their best of three series. So far, they're definitely looking good. One of the highlights, or like the most threatening lineups that they have made, were the one with the Angela and the Basha combination. So having that heavy front line that is hard to kill, that can be a big struggle for the enemy team, should be respected here, especially for I Don't Sleep Esports, as so far they haven't secured any wins against Nightmare Esports in the past few days. Maybe this time with better drafting, better execution, they would be able to do it.
Yeah, I think for IDNS Esports, their main strength is that they really can draft very well. They can make the draft work towards their favor. And I think for Nightmare Esports, like what you mentioned, Gigi, we've seen the Basha Angela combo. We've also seen the Esmeralda Angela combo. They've tried assassins with the Angela. I mean, it's not that it didn't work out well for them, but I feel like it suits their play style more by having the tanky heroes
Mm-hmm.
front for you, and then having the Angela just they're just soaking up all the damage, and the rest of the damage dealers are just dishing out damage up against the team. So I think this is quite interesting. Like what you mentioned, IDNS Esports and Nightmare Esports. This is something that they have to watch. They are both from different groups as well.
Yeah, different groups, but on the same path towards the grand finals. Nightmare Esports gonna be on the blue side, as I Don't Sleep Esports are gonna be on the red. A respect ban, of course, on the Fanny. Valentina, it has a 90% banning rate, as we have checked a while ago on these statistics. But you guys can also check on the Electropedia
My
post
pleasure.
on the MLBB Southeast Asia Cup 2022 Mekong Qualifier playoffs. And I think one of the threats that that Nightmare Esports, I mean the I Don't Sleep Esports are posing, is the savior pick. They secured 2-0
Yeah.
against I Don't Sleep Twins
Are the two
using
greats
this particular
adventures?
hero as well. I mean, it's a high priority hero because of the global threat of that dawning light.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Moskov Layla combo, and I've gone up against this. It's really difficult, right? Especially if you don't have someone to take care of the savior, like perhaps like a Ling to take care of it. But now IDNS Esports is quite interesting, and I feel like they've reviewed the games of Nightmare Esports, like what we were talking about before this drafting phase. We talked about the Angela Basha combo. We've talked about the Angela Esmeralda. So I think IDNS Esports, yeah, let's just open up the Basha. Let's just not open up the Angela to them. It's
Mhm.
massive heal, and at the same time, it's gonna make the uh, the core here or the jungler here extra tankier, additional movement speed as well coming in from the passive of
Among the
the Angela. But
plains
Nightmare
exists
Esports
the
as well, taking out
equilibrium,
one of the comfort
which
picks
I was
as well,
made
the
for.
Franco, as well as the Eve, that by the way is one of the highest picked heroes as well here in the Mekong qualifier. So now with this being said, it is
Mm.
still going to be the classic Grok for Nightmare Esports. The Hilda is still open for IDNS to take. I'm not so sure if they have picked this one up. They can also go for Lois's Heroes because it seems to be also a target ban here by Nightmare Esports, already taking out two, the Fanny as well as the Karina here.
Yep.
But yeah, there is a lot open here. The Grok and the Masha as well for Sun Umpak could be picked up in this first phase.
Yeah,
Or the Savior is still open. Yeah, there you go to Masha.
good
Oh,
response. Yep. I didn't
Masha
sleep
and the
esports are
Link.
kind of assuming right now that Nightmare esports would go with a tanky composition, and Amasha is a proper response for it. It's hard to kill, definitely. We have seen all throughout the group stage and the final stages that Amasha is definitely hard to kill. It deals a significant amount of damage towards the squishy members as well. So having this being picked up allows Idonotsleep Esports to have that side lane control and also backline threat along with the link.
Yeah. I mean, right now, it's kind of like Nightmare Esports. Yes, the Savior is open, but now with the threat of the Ling, it might be extra difficult to kind of pull that off. They can go for perhaps maybe the Lilia, but I think the Savior right now is just absolutely crazy when it comes to the meta picks. One of the top picks as well, but I did mention that it is going to be difficult to pull off that Savior pick with the threat of the Ling. And they do go for the Lilia, like what I predicted. But of course, this is going to open up as well the other heroes like the Wan Wan, of course, the little Wan Wan going to the side of IDNS, stealing it away actually from Nightmare Esports. And now we are heading into the second banning phase. They still don't have. I'm guessing this is going to be a Jasmine hero, the Grok. So something for a roamer. Yeah, it's going to be the Natalia, which we've actually seen on Nightmare Esports actually. Selena as well being taken out here. Something for Angelina actually of IDNS Esports. So now, what are they going to take out? They still don't have pretty much a gold laner, so they could perhaps target the gold laners right now instead of the roamers if they kind of want to spread out the drafting phase or the banning phase here for this game number one.
Yeah, they can go for a all-in dive comp here on the side of Nightmare
Mm-hmm.
Esports. They have a good amount of burst. If Kito and the Lilia, maybe even the Grok as well. That's how scary this composition is. Normally,
Mm-hmm.
when established by Nightmare Esports, what they need to take note of is the mash, of course, and also the roaming potential and scaling. Because
Mm-hmm.
Dynasty Esports are building a balanced composition, good early game towards the late game. It's not specializing in any particular stage of the game, but what they're doing right now is having that stability in their draft. So removing these high threat heroes like the Natalia and the Popol and Koopa makes sense because they don't want Nightmare Esports to have that early game advantage that can
Mm-hmm.
mess with their late game. Nightmare Esports taking out the Saver is no brainer. Of course, they already
Obviously.
have picked up the Lilia, so you gotta take away the Saver. It's a high priority, especially when the members of either Sleep Esports would try to dive, like the Ling and Sanampak with the Masha. It the Savior really makes a good choice here for either Sleep Esports. So good ban along with the Selena, since they
Sicilian.
wouldn't want that.
The Sicilian is actually pretty much a great pickup as well here for IDNS to go up against the Lilia. But yeah, definitely you will struggle in the early game. But considering how tanky these first two picks here of Nightmare Esports are, it could be a Sicilian, but it is going to be the Kagura here for Angelina. So this is something new. I haven't seen this being picked up by IDNS Esports, but pretty much it has high burst damage. It can go up
Mm-hmm.
against a Lilia in the early game, but ooh, I am liking this. If they do go for this Phovius, because I've seen crazy picks like a Phovius mid lane, a Phovius roamer, that actually works quite well. And
Yep.
especially the composition here of IDNS Esports, they have a lot of blinks, they have a lot of dashes. So pretty much the Phovius is a great pickup here. They can't pick up the Esmeralda to counter it as of now because it is still Zanri that does not have the hero
Ooh,
here.
ooh, ooh.
Oh, this is something new, but that is a lot of magic damage. If ever this is the case, they are going to be putting. Oh, this is something new, but something I've already seen from Nightmare Esports. They brought this out in different tournaments, and I think this is one of the lethal weapons that they put in the gold lane. The Kaja that can definitely go head to head with the Wan Wan that can immediately burst it as well with the
Mm-hmm.
Divine Judgment. So I think this is a great pickup from Nightmare Esports. They have to make this work, and I think overall, the composition here of Nightmare Esports is just to make this draft work in the early game. But when it comes to the scaling, we do have to give it to IDNS Esports.
Yeah. Idonos Esports now answering back with Esmeralda, like what you talked about, a good matchup
Yeah.
here for the Phobias. What Nightmare Esports is trying to do is disable or threaten these high mobile heroes like the Ling and the which are going to be constantly dashing all throughout
Mhm.
team fight, and also having that kidnap potential, of course, with Kami being the one to pilot this particular hero. They would like to secure some picks around or against Idonotsleep Esports. What they need to take note of, though, is that, well, they are going to be dealing a lot of damage. They have a lot of team fighting potential and also pick off. Scaling would be much problematic, though, coming in from them since they are heavily
Definitely.
comprised of dealing magic damage. And if we take a look at Hydrosleep Esports, well, one in particular can be a big problem. The Masha, add in the Esmeralda, if they are gonna struggle later on in killing them, well, that's not gonna be looking good for you.
Yeah, I think ultimately here the draft of what's this IDNS Esports of Thailand is they're just really I told you they know their draft very well, and I did mention that they can pick up the Esmeralda, so it was a little bit of switch up from Sanong Park as well as Zanri, so they switched up their heroes, making the Masha the roamer and the Esmeralda to go up against the Phobius. It's actually very wise of them picking up the Masha earlier on and then switching it up in case they bring something out, right? But I think
Mm-hmm.
overall, GG, if this pulls off for Nightmare Esports, they can make it go their way. They can get the momentum for the early game. But now it is going to be a very dangerous type of gold lane here for especially for IDNS Esports. The threat of the Kaja on the top lane is just too much, I think, for a Wanwan to just spam in the skills as compared to if you are going up against a Beatrix. This Kaja is pretty much very good in the
Zanri.
early game. But look at Sandri.
Yep.
My goodness. Already going as far as invade. It doesn't even matter. Like it's a Papito, it's a Ling, it's fine. But top side, like what I mentioned, Kami is definitely winning this lane. But when it's the bot side though, it is pretty much a different story. It is going to be IDNS Esports that gets a little leverage here with the Esmeralda. That
Mm-hmm.
is definitely a great counter, or it is actually the counter
Oh,
to of Phobius in case you guys are wondering. But oh, so where are you going? There is no black shoes. Fortunately enough, she is popping up that sprint, the dash away to safety.
and this is what the Idonoslip esports are doing right now. This is good. Sunum Pack invading the jungle camps here of Too Easy for Lexi, denying him of gold and experience with the help of Lois. They're being able to limit the resources here of Nightmare Esports. It's not much affecting them though as of the moment since Nightmare Esports are still being able to be ahead in terms of gold, especially with the matchup that they have established, especially for the top lane. So it's not looking bad for them as of the moment. Zandy doing his very best to try and
Mhm.
distract Too Easy for Lexi, but with the help of Bye Bye Baby Blue, of course, they're gonna have that extra protection, especially when he puts up his wall.
Yep, and now it is going to be the turtle that's coming up to the land of dawn. Still no casualties here, but I feel like there is probably most likely going to be a clash here
Oh
on the
no.
bot side. Also, as the black shoes pops it immediately, and Sun Umpak is the one low HP here, does not have the flame shot, but the glooms are continuously popping as Jasmine takes the first blood here for Nightmare Esports. But the story here on the turtle side, Zanri goes
Lois?
down real low. Lois trying to go for the turtle Tempest of Blades, and IDNS Esports equalizes by taking that in. Bye bye Baby Blue is relentless. Goes away with a flame shot, almost taking down Lois. He does that, have the Finch voice, and is taken down in an instant. Flame shot and all of the skills all together, and it is a 3-0 for Nightmare Esports.
At the well, Lois secured the turtle, so it's not so bad for them. But Nightmare Esports securing three kills is definitely worth for them in the economy. This is what they want. They want to get fixed. They want to push fights, and them getting 3 kills is gonna accelerate their scaling or at least their early game process
Mhm.
right now. Speaking of acceleration, we're gonna accelerate
There
the
you
game even
go.
up for you viewers right there and supporters of this amazing tournament by giving you codes as shown on the screen. Please make sure to redeem it. We're going to be flashing even more later on as the game and the tournament progress.
Yep, it's not just one code. There are several codes being flashed now, so be sure to get it because there are a lot of tournament chests for you guys to enjoy. But also, here comes the aggression here on the top side. Izzy is definitely having a hard time up against Cammy. The early game pressure, it really does matter. And like what I mentioned, if Nightmare Esports does actually pull this draft off in the early game, they can win this as fast as possible. And now Zanri is the next target. There is the Gooms. There is the Tempest of Blades as well. Nobody goes down yet, but look at the burst damage coming in from Cammy and Soul as
Izzy?
Izzy is able to pop up that crossbow tank, takes down Soul in an instant, isn't even able to pop in that black shoes, and that is finally the first kill for the side of IDNS Esports. The second turtle is about to be up. And now the gold lead is favoring, of course, Nightmare Esports as of the moment. And of course, if you do want to get in those codes, now we have another one up here. But be sure to take a screen cap as our players are positioning themselves right now here in the triple side.
Yeah, good position. Take note that Izzy got the kill a while ago, so this is gonna help them so much in their scaling. Zandy doing his very best to try and at least disrupt, but he's getting chunked down pretty fast. Has to pop out that sprint to be able to escape. As Jasmine,
Jasmine.
is getting
Dancing
low
around.
here. Yep, he's gonna be able to survive. The shield is tremendous, and it's gonna help him survive that onslaught from Pack. He deals significant amount of damage though.
Yeah, pretty much they let the Esmeralda go. So like what I mentioned, Nightmare Esports knows that they are not winning in that bot side. So they are going to be continuously pressuring this top side. Izzy is definitely going to be the key here for IDNS Esports. In the late game, nice wall charge onto Izzy. Isn't able to pop in that ultimate. And now Zanri is the next one. The bars are going down as the tower is chunked to half HP. 4-1 is our score in the 5-minute mark. So much aggression from Nightmare Esports. They are already almost on a 2k gold lead. And speaking of the gold, speaking of those treasure chests, be sure to get this code as well.
Yep. Fight is still continuing as Idonotsleep Esports gonna prefer to fall back for the meantime since the damage is coming too much. AoE damage rather from Nightmare Esports, and take note that the Lilia can deal a lot of burst damage onto them.
Right,
They're
even
gonna be spread
Cammy.
apart. Lilia's not there, so bye-bye Baby Blue and Cammy need to say bye-bye to their opponent for the meantime as retaliation is very much there. Lois gonna go in, but here in the bottom lane, I think Pack is gonna just fall back for the meantime. Lois is on fire, looking to get more kills, but Izzy might just pop up. Just one more stack and he can fly, but with the help of the tower, he's gonna be able to escape. Not entirely, as Lois is still there. Idonotsleep Esports, after suffering 3 deaths during that turtle fight, now they're coming back strong, picking up 2 kills and just a little behind, just 1,000 gold behind in terms of scaling.
Yep, you see how much they are pressuring that top side. Jasmine already switching things up, taking down Izzy. And I feel like this is all about Izzy right now. They just want to target Izzy here. Not going to be able to give him that time to scale up. 6-minute mark. And IDNS Esports, they're already struggling so much. Nightmare Esports also got in that mid-side tower. So that is a lot of map control already for Nightmare Esports. And now the top side tower might go down as well. And now Zanri is in the midst of it all. Yes, he is pretty fast with that sprint. And now too easy for Lexi, of course, taking in more towers here for Nightmare Esports. But the turtle might be the trade-off here for IDNS Esports. Tempest of Blades here. Lois is low HP as Soul goes down with the Yin Yang overturn. But here comes Jasmine with the ultimate being popped here with the crossbow stack. And Izzy almost taking down Cammy, but now Izzy is the one who's going to be targeted here. Look at the damage also from Bye Bye Baby Blue. Jasmine is just insane on this Phobios, making that a double kill for him in the 7-minute mark. This is absolutely insane. 6-0-2 on this Phobios, considering that there is an Esmeralda in the composition here of IDNS Esports.
Yep. They only got 1 kill. Well, they secured the turtle as well, but Nightmare Esports again accelerating even further. A while ago, it's just 1,000 gold lead. Now it's back to 3,000, and they're looking for more. They're going to the bot lane. So Pack, you need to run. You need to run, my friend. Cammy is there, and he's just gonna pull him onto the turret.
Divine Judgment.
And yeah, he's gonna fall down for sure.
Oh, there is some shields, but yep. to no avail. Of course, that is three members of Nightmare Esports just taking you down. But now Jasmine is the
Oh.
target. He pops into Demonic
Oh
Force
no.
up to Izzy. And if this keeps coming
Oh.
up, he might just be godlike right now on this Phobius. And speaking of Jasmine, he has already secured in that Clock of Destiny as well as the Dominance Ice, totally countering out here Sun Clock. But now Lois again forced to pop in the Tempest of Blades. Not just yet, they haven't been getting in. They have answers, but unfortunately enough, the pressure of Nightmare Esports on all the lanes. Look at that. Too easy for Lexi. Also doing some pushes here, but he might just be taken down here. He is able to escape. Of course, he is relatively tanky right now, but the lanes, the towers here
Oh no.
are going down one by one. Oh my goodness, Lois doesn't even have the purple buff right now. This is kind of like a poor man's lane as Nightmare Esports is relentless on taking
Yep.
all of these towers. Look at the items here. The Ice Queen wand as well. This is not just Jasmine that has the Ice Queen wand. So every time you go in for the dives here for Idonos Esports, it's not going to be easy. You have Soul, you have Jasmine. That is just gonna slow you down. And right now, too easy for Lexi. Going for the lower. And
Lois
now
is incoming.
twice.
Is
Tempest of Blades, who will be able to secure the Lord, and
Also-
it's going to be Soul, of course, with the Glooms here. But
Oh,
now,
low HP.
IDNS Esports, they are going to
Jasmine.
be popping in that ultimate from Izzy once again flying. But of course, Bye Bye Baby Blue does not go down. He is quite tanky, and now Jasmine is the next target here of Sundown, but he is now down low as Jasmine is now on a legendary spree. 803 on this Phobius. Who can stop this man? He is absolutely on a rampage right now. And speaking of rampage, it continues
Oh
here for
my
Nightmare Esports.
gosh.
An absolute nightmare that I do not sleep esports. They just want to wake up from this nightmare.
Yeah.
They just want to wake up and say, is this actually real? But you know what? It's still not over. They're still in that dream. And pretty much both of them, they are dreaming of that grand final slot. It's still game number one, but it is pretty intense here. Look at that wild charge onto Lois, catching absolutely off guard. The Lord is now marching in on the top side. They can take in the lanes, GG.
Yep.
And oh my goodness, this can go down as fast as possible with one proper team fight.
Well, it's not the Luminous Lord just yet, but Jasmine is like a Lord right now. No death so far, but
Yep.
might actually suffer a casualty.
Oh my goodness.
Jumps in front of them, and Soso will secure the
Crossbow
kill. Izzy is going off.
Oh my
but
goodness, he still
it's
goes
not really a threat for Jasmine. The flame shot will allow him to secure the kill. 3 members dead. Idonotsleep Esports. This is why they don't want to sleep. They're getting nightmares all over this game because of Nightmare Esports now securing 2 inhibitor towers and make it a
Oh, they
3.
can go for the
As the
end.
tower in the bot lane is also down. They want to end this game pretty fast. Idonotsleep Esports trying to stop them, but I don't think they can. Nightmare Esports in a flash secure game number 1.
In an absolute flash. It's kind of like those dreams that you have when you're taking a nap, right? And it's just an absolute. It's crazy. Jasmine under Phobius, considering that there is an Esmeralda that was last picked there by IDNS Esports. And I hope you guys are getting this giveaway code as well on the bot side because I know that there will be a lot more in case you missed out on the earlier ones. The highest one that we are giving away, by the way, is a level 8 tournament chest, which contains 1,099 diamonds. But Gigi, can I just say, Nightmare Esports, they just want to speed things up and go straight to the grand finals. But again, it is still not over for Idonos Esports of Thailand. They can definitely still win this one, possible with a reverse sweep. But game
And
number
you can
two,
win
this is
codes.
yep. You can win codes as well, but it is going to be the match point already for the
Yep.
second game. And this is pretty much the stats, and it's already a given that Jasmine is the MVP with no deaths on this match. Absolute beast on this Phobius. 10-0-5. I think this is also probably the first time they picked it up here in the Mekong qualifiers. We haven't seen a Phobius that much, but pretty much this is where you put it out. The playoff stage, the Ice Queen won, the Oracle, pretty much he is untouchable. That last clash, he went all the way in despite the fact that there were inhibitors. And then right
And didn't
after that
even
was just
die.
pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much IDNS even just backing away. They couldn't handle Jasmine even with Sun and Pax Esmeralda. So it was pretty much a crazy game. They've secured almost all of the objectives. They had a great start, and it was just pretty much a very fast game. 11 minutes on this one, Gigi.
And it definitely have made sense getting that Phobius because well, there's a lot of dashes coming in on the side of Idonotsleep Esports, particularly on the Ling and on the 1-1. And as we saw all the game throughout, he couldn't even auto attack anymore. Izzy is always being threatened of getting taken down and getting jumped upon here by Jasmine, and that's pretty much how the Phobius works. You pick a really mobile hero, you're gonna get threatened of being jumped on, and the damage is definitely too much coming in from
Mhm.
Niightmare Esports. We saw the immense amount of effort camping top lane, camping Izzy and whoever goes onto that lane, despite the efforts of Lois and Sunum Pak in defending that lane and also trying to split push. We see the retaliation coming in from Nightmare Esports, a push coming in from Too Easy for Lexi in the bot lane, and also them just
Mhm.
continuing to attack them, not giving them any rest. And now heading down to game number 2, still the same sides, Nightmare Esports on the blue, I didn't sleep Esports on the red. We can safely assume that there might be some similar bans, like the Fanny,
Mhm.
the Valentina,
David.
the Eve,
Arena
the
as well.
Savior, maybe Karina as well. But I don't think I don't think Esports would go with this kind of setup once again. Definitely, the scaling composition did not work this time.
Yeah, obviously the Valentina pretty much is a game changer, so it is not going to be opened up, especially if Nightmare Esports has the first pick here. I think Valentina, despite the fact that it has nerfs, several nerfs actually, it's still pretty much very viable. I think its ultimate is a game changer, and like what we mentioned, it's still going to be the Karina as well as the Fanny, of course, respecting the capabilities here of Lois.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how I don't sleep esports are gonna respond to this. A while ago, well, I was kind of looking forward to them having that aggressive playstyle as well, since they do have the link. But even with the attempts there a while ago by Zanri on invading and also trying to limit the resources of Too Easy for Lexi, it still wasn't enough. Good ban on the Angela,
Angela.
still,
Mhm.
since Nightmare Esports would like to have that threat, like the Basha, the Bling Angela combination,
The
any type
Esmeralda
of
Angela combo, right?
any
So there is
solid
a
front
lot of,
line.
yeah, pretty much I think that was the composition that gave Team Vietnam, or that forced out game number 3 for Team Vietnam. And it's still going to be pretty much the same for Nightmare Esports. This is a repeat ban from them, the Franco as well, the game changing Franco that under the hands of Zanri could make in the place. And now the final ban here for IDNS Esports. Not so sure if it's going to be a Phobius, not unless, they are going to be going for that same type of composition. IDNS is so versatile, and they will be taking out the Eve as well, that has massive AoE, and at the same time, it is so difficult to
Same
deal
ban,
with as well.
same first
Same
pick.
ban. I think this is pretty much a deja vu, or
Is
wherein
this
you have those. You know where we're in. I'm not so sure if you've ever experienced this, Gigi, but there is a time wherein you get similar dreams and it's recurring all of the
uh huh?
time, right? This is kind of like the same
Is
thing
it
for
a
game number
rematch? Is
two.
it gonna be a rematch? The Ling again gonna get
Let's make it
chosen.
work again.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
let's make it work this time. I think IDNS Esports, if they know that they can make this draft work, let's try it again for the second time. But mind you, this is the match point already for Nightmare Esports, so they have to
Uh huh.
think wisely. They have to choose wisely. There is a lot of heroes still pretty much open here in Nightmare Esports. Bringing out the
Like the
Phobius,
savior.
bringing out the Masha as well. So it's pretty much the same. So now, Nightmare Esports, they can pretty much go for their comfort picks as well. The Savior, I don't think it will be picked up, but if they want to shake things up, they can actually pick up the Savior.
Mm-hmm.
But I think pretty much I
It's a pick.
told, if they pick up the Lilia again, this is going to be the same as game number 1. So
If,
they're just like, okay, you guys are picking the same thing. Let's pick the same thing as
yeah,
well. Yeah, there you
it's
go.
gonna be the
It's
same
gonna be
thing.
the same
Deja
thing.
vu. We're talking about sleeps, nightmares, dreams. Yeah, this is gonna be the same
Recurring
thing.
dreams.
Yep.
It
Yep.
is the recurring dreams wherein you had the same nightmare all over and over again. But hopefully this time, I think IDNS Esports, they want to have a different result. They want to have like
You
a
want to have
different.
this powerful lucid dreaming instead, wherein you can be something like a Superman in your dreams and pretty much do anything. And this might be a good change towards their draft. The
Yeah, the
Kagura
savior.
definitely did not pan out well for them, but the Savior, long
Definitely.
range, and of course, that immense amount of damage can help out the team, especially when you're constantly being zoned out on a team fight.
Yeah, I think they should have picked up the savior for the third pick or in game number one for IDNS Esports. It was banned out in the second phase already given because they hovered over it, and of course the savior right now works so well with the composition of IDNS Esports. They already got someone to zone out the members here of Nightmare Esports. They also got someone to do the cleanup, which is the link, and then you got in the
Yeah,
rage.
of
But
course.
yeah,
Not on the
of
phobias.
course, yeah. I mean, they are going for the same. They are going pretty much for the same picks, right? So if ever, it is
So
going to be the Phobius ban and the one man, of course, taken out as well. It
it's
is
gonna be
difficult
next
to
year
deal
though.
with. Yeah,
Huh.
it's going to be difficult to deal with the one. And now Goldeners, will they go for again the classic marksman, the Beatrix? That's by the way is one of the highest picked heroes here in the
Mhm.
MSC Mekong qualifiers. And pretty much, I'm not surprised if it is going to be a Selena ban here for Nightmare Esports. I mean, this was their last ban in game number one, and of course, under the hands of Zanri, it could be a game changer,
Ban
and
and
it could
Natalia
also,
though. Yeah, they're
yeah, they've
wanting
used this.
to get a Beatrix.
Yeah, they could get the Beatrix. They could definitely pick it up in the first phase, right? And then I think for Nightmare Esports, I think all that's left to pick up here is the Lilia, pretty much. The Selena rather could be a
Mhm.
ban here, but I think they can let the Selena go. They do have the Grok here to deal with it, but it is going to be maybe perhaps like a Jasmine here. Again, you don't really know what Nightmare Esports has in mind. They are really taking their time. Perhaps like something along the lines of a gold laner. Oh, there you go, the Selena ban
Yeah.
that comes through, like what I mentioned, it is going to be still respecting the capabilities of Zanri on this hero.
Yep. Even though they have picked up the Masha and the Savior, it can still be a flex pick. So Selena definitely a good takeaway. Idonotsleep Esports, if they want to pursue with a similar draft that they had during game number one, I think they need to pick up the Beatrix at least to have that immense
Uh-huh.
lane control. Even when being camped or being bullied, the Beatrix can still strive, especially with so much damage and even sustain when it goes for some lifesteal. They would go with some mobility.
The
They would pick up the
Brody.
Brody.
I was thinking it's a great pickup for the Brody considering that there is two melee heroes here. The Brody is relatively tanky. So I think it is a great pickup for IDNS Esports. It's a comfort pick as well for Izzy. But now it all boils down to this. Will it be the Beatrix? Oh, it
Oh,
is
early
going to
game.
be. Yep, it is going to be the lane bully, the Popol and Koopa
And
for Nightmare Esports, and the high loss to add things to add to the tankiness here of Nightmare Esports. So this is quite interesting. You got two kids, you got two solid fronted. I'm talking about the Popol and Koopa and the Lilia. They are pretty much kids, right? That are so difficult to deal with. They are so mobile as well. The Lilia and the Popol and Koopa. So now
Mhm.
it is pretty much Nightmare Esports kind of wanting to end this
Yep.
quickly
Yep.
as fast as possible, right?
And
So
they
when it
have
comes to the
Hylos
laning,
as well,
yeah,
which they tried against Team Vietnam yesterday, and they put up such a good fight with it as well. So maybe with this pick, with the immense amount of sustain and mobility, look at the skill also picked up here. So that's gonna be additional
yeah,
healing for the team.
I
They're
told
looking to
you.
out sustain Idonotsleep Esports.
No, here's the thing. The Lilia is so difficult to catch as well as the Popple and Cooper, right? There is an additional unit. And here's the thing. The sprint, right? Especially if you have a lane chasing you down, you have a Masha chasing you down. So that's a lot of sprints, right? The sprint on So Soul, the sprint on Bye Bye Baby Blue, and for the side of IDNS Esports, you got Zanri and Angelina on the sprint. By the way, which is a top choice already of battle spells, considering how well it has been buffed, but it is going to still be pretty much the same lineup for IDNS, only shaking things up with the Brody as well as the Derot pick.
Mhm. They want to match the aggression here of Nightmare Esports. Definitely makes sense. They have. Well, let's talk about Idonoslip Esports right now, especially the change that they have made in their draft a while ago. They kind of focused more on the scaling side, a decent amount of lane control, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. This time, they have more global presence. They can withstand their lanes even better, and they would have a good chance in team fighting as well. They would rely though on stability more. They should avoid some team fights in the early game unless it would favor them with numbers advantage on that on those small skirmishes because Nightmare Esports are going to be constantly looking for picks. They don't have the
Mhm.
Kaja anymore, but they do have the Popple and Koopa, which can set up well to
Mhm.
for her some picks and can also catch out Izzy and Lois later on. So again, back to their usual routines.
Yep,
Zanri
this is
again
pretty much the
attacking too easy
same
for Lexi.
thing.
Yep. I bet
Yep.
Baby Blue says, "Oh, I forgot. I need to help you, so I'm gonna be there." Zanri is doing so much
Oh,
work.
look at the bars. It's going down so fast, but
Oh,
the
gotta
retribution,
run.
of course. You got to run, boy. You got the sprint, but now too easy for Lexi. A little bit too aggressive. Also showing that he can be aggressive as well. But going back to the draft, Gigi, I do have to say that IDNS Esports also has this type of draft that can do the split pushes. You got the Masher, you got the Dirot, and you got the Link. So this is pretty much something that they can do also, and something they have been doing also for some of their games. So now it is this time it is going to be Nightmare Esports pressuring the purple buff here of IDNS Esports.
They're gonna go in. Definitely, it's just them trying to gain access towards their jungle and try to limit the resources here of Lois, forcing him to recall. Zandri is back in motion, so all right, I'm gonna chase you guys. You don't have any retribution anymore, so I'm gonna try to steal anything you try to get. And pretty much the standard thing here for a Masha when his HP bar gets depleted is gonna run away, go back to
Yeah,
safety,
with the
and try to
sprint.
go back invading again.
Yep, it's pretty much just the Masha just giving vision here to Lois, where all the members of Nightmare Esports is. But on the top side, though, like what I mentioned, it is a lane bully. This Popple and Koopa of Kami that's right away using this weapons passer and now Sun Umpak up against Jasmine. Pretty much doing well on this high loss. But now Zanri is just relentless on trying to chase down Too Easy for Lexi. And Too Easy for Lexi is just not having it. He's like, come on, guys, let me just have my buff. Let me farm safely. But pretty much, Lois is one level ahead, so this is pretty much good. And Angelina onto the backside with the Dawning Light takes down Bye Bye Baby Blue. And I think this will be IDNS Esports that will perhaps, yes, they will
Oh,
definitely take this turtle. But Zanri punishing too easy for Lexi. The turtle goes to the side of IDNS Esports. Glorious pathway here for Jasmine. He is the only one left here. 3 members of IDNS Esports taking in the purple buff here of Nightmare Esports. And it is now Nightmare Esports with the route that they wanted. They're like, okay, yes, we can make this draft work. And it is a 3-0. This is pretty much the same thing that happened to them in game number 1. And now it is working towards their favor.
yep. Idonotsleep Esports this time getting 4 kills. Lost the objectives right now. Nightmare Esports are kind of confused at the moment on what they need to do. Because so far what they're doing is not working, and Xandri is having such an amazing time right now. Too easy
Oh,
for
Tempest of
Lexi. Gonna get
Blades.
taken down once again. Xandri picks up the kill, and now back to the game. Idonotsleep Esports with a fantastic early game. Almost a 3,000 gold lead at 3.5 minutes into the game, and they're even having the luxury of removing these jungle camps or clearing the jungle camps here of Uzi for Lexi. So this early game, it's looking so bad right now for Nightmare Esports.
Work again. But like I mentioned, the Poplar Koopa is just so fast at pushing lanes. Henry is the next target here. The health bars are going down. He still has one more left, and he has to use. Pops in
Lois?
that sprint. Here comes Lois, and here comes Angelina with the Dawning Light. But of course, Chunky Tavern
Woo!
to half HP. Tempest of Blades takes down Cammy, and now it is going to be IDNS Esports that will perhaps, yes, take that tower on the bot side. But it is pretty much a sustain here on the top side by Sunumpak as well as Jasmine. But now Nightmare Esports, they are really they are quite struggling here with what IDNS Esports has been showing.
And credits go to Zanri, of course, which is so far having the best of times, 202 on his scoreline and not even close to dying, constantly invading and making sure he deals the necessary damage. But maybe this time, with the help of his allies, maybe not so. He's still alive. The Dawning Light is definitely too much here for Nightmare Esports. Look at the damage coming in from Angelina, nearly picking up the kill onto Soul as well. Zandri, 302. This is the best time, the best possible time to be a roaming support tank that
Mhm.
kills. I would love to be that kind of player.
Yeah, I love these codes that are coming in once again. Be sure to redeem them. These are the tournament chess codes. If you missed out earlier on, there is a lot more here in the playoffs. This is game number 2, of course, for the lower bracket finals. And the winner of this game will actually be facing Team Vietnam that is already waiting at the Grand Championship stage. This is Nightmare Esports on a match point, but now it's pretty much IDNS Esports that got the control. I think ultimately what went wrong is they could have picked up the Savior earlier on, but hold that thought, Lois. Shrunken down to half HP, forcing him to retreat. And going back to what I mentioned, Gigi, I think the biggest problem was just pretty much they didn't get the Savior, which was one of the key factors here why IDNS Esports has been doing
Ooh,
so well in this game.
look at the zone from that dawning light. Oh, bye bye, baby blue. You have to say bye bye, or else you're gonna die. Lois just going in. Look at the damage. You're gonna burst. One more auto attack by Angelina will secure the kill. Even the dog is not safe. This is gonna fall down. Same as the tower. Idonotsleep Esports are on fire in this game. 5,000 gold lead, and they're going for more. Take note, scaling is gonna favor them, and Nightmare Esports. Oh,
Right.
this is a nightmare for them. Basically, at the moment, they're trying to retaliate. They're trying to do some damage, but it's just not working, man. It's just not working right now. There's a charge
Oh,
coming
nice
from
wild charge.
by Baby Blue, but again,
Oh,
again
dear.
and again and again, they fall down because of the damage here of Idonotsleep Esports, especially when Lois drops off that Tempest of Blades. Ah, this is looking insane, as well as the coast being shown on the screen. Turtle secured by Lois, and the goal just keeps on getting better and better for them.
Yeah, it is a 6K gold lead in favor of IDNS Esports. And it's just looking so well for them. Although that clash there, it was actually nice that Bye Bye Baby Blue got in that wild charge onto 2. But unfortunately, Zanri was there to chunk everyone or to take in all the damage. And right after that, it was just Izzy free hitting everyone from Nightmare Esports. So pretty much, I think that was a nice attempt. But still, IDNS, they got the control here. They also got the map control. Pretty much what Nightmare Esports had earlier.
Yep, yep, yep. Idonotsleep Esports are definitely flexing their muscles right now. The game mechanics, as they have made a perfect execution on their draft right now. Near perfect execution. So far, they have suffered just one death a while ago from Izzy. So not really looking bad for them. The towers are so clean right now. Only mid lane got damaged, and they have secured all outer turrets, all tier 1 turrets here of Nightmare Esports. They're looking for more as they are constantly occupying this bot side jungle of Too Easy for Lexi. Xandri's not gonna be scared of you guys, of course. Even if you try to damage him, it's just gonna go in. No, there's a tower, no problem. Tempest of Blaze being thrown out again. The Dawning Light is available, but they're not even gonna use it. Soul is still dead. And even if Jasmine is here, I don't think he can try to stop the members of Idonotsleep Esports. Maybe he did. Just the presence of the horse is enough. The Centaur.
Speaking of the items, here you go. There is a huge gap also in the items here. I mean,
Oh!
speaking of the items, Angelina already on the Genius one. And, this is crazy. So many items already secured in by IDNS Esports. They have secured in a lot of the objectives. They got the turtle as well. And now they are going for this. Well, it's not the level 1 Lord, but it is pretty much a Lord for them to take. Tempest of Blades. Oh my goodness. They are relentless. They wanna get this victory. They wanna
Oh my
open up a game number
gosh.
3.
Yeah, is he even popping out that ulti to kill Jasmine? And it's a disaster right now for Nightmare Esports. The gold is way, way beyond the point of no return, and Idonotsleep Esports are just looking to close out this game right now with a push in the mid lane, a push in the bottom lane, along with the Lord marching there as well as Easy again, popping out that ultimate. Will do some damage here onto Bye Bye Baby Blue, threatening a tower push in the top lane. But I don't think Too Easy for Lexi can even 1v1 this Brody. Is gonna try,
Yeah.
but the one more auto attack will allow this Brody to secure the kill. Too Easy for Lexi is dead. And how can you
Oh dear,
now
Angelina.
frontline here? The Lord is marching. This inhibitor tower in the mid lane is also gonna fall down. Might as well just end the game, end the misery
Yep,
right now
it
of Niightmare
is.
Esports to take us to a game number 3 because Idonotsleep Esports are so awake right now.
Yep, no longer a deja vu, no longer a recurring dream because this is the reality that they have to wake up to right now. It is a 1-1 between these two teams, and of course, IDNS Esports will not let this go without a fight. They are bringing us to game number 3, but GG, definitely a well played game. And I think ultimately the key here was definitely the savior. I think that was
Yep.
something they wanted to put yeah, that's something they wanted to get for game number 1. I'm not so sure why they didn't pick it up immediately. I mean, considering how well the Savior has been doing in the patches, it has been buffed up quite well, and it is of course a new hero that has the range. And right now we are going to be heading to game number 3, GG, but I think it is pretty much still the lower bracket finals, and this is truly going to be the match point for the next game. We will be finding out who will be facing Team Vietnam in the grand final stage.
We are gonna be going into a very short break though before we continue this city. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action is gonna come back along with the codes. Again, this is Young Gaming.
Yo,
Here with me is
that's right.
Burger Kim. We'll be right back after this short break.
Don't go away. We're back for game number 3. Of course, you're still watching the MSC Mekong Qualifiers. You got me, Burger Kim, and Gigi still at your service as your shoutcasters for this awesome, awesome series. And Gigi, we're still not yet in the grand finals, not yet there, but we're already like, whoa,
Yep,
whoa.
I think this is the second game three
Yeah,
that we have seen so far. So things are looking tight, which is good because we're seeing so much improvements from the teams, so many adaptations, and it's no longer that testing of the water right now. We have seen many adjustments and also many changes on their play styles. Nightmare Esports improving, especially in their game number one, and then Idonotsleep Esports this time with a better execution and better polishing on their draft as well. With a dominating game. Take note, the games are pretty short. By the way, it's
yeah.
looking so good for the teams, especially underperformance that I think in this game number three. No more time to play. It's serious time. If you want to challenge Team Vietnam, you gotta push your limits right now.
Yeah, they are definitely pushing it to game number 3 right now, which is why we are here once again. And of course, this tournament is organized by MSC Global in cooperation with Viresa VNG Games as well as Laos Esports Federation. Of course, it's presented by Mineski Global and Moonton. Thank you so much for making this possible. And now
Mhm.
we are getting closer and closer who will be the champs of Mekong, but not just yet, right? We still have to have this last matchup between IDNS Esports and Nightmare Esports. They will be facing Team Vietnam later for a best out of
Oh,
5.
with
This
the
is a
mashup
best
back.
out of 3. Yeah, the mashup ban. It was just it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yep.
Zanrei on the
I just like
masha
being I just like it being first
and the
banned
Hilda.
immediately. Because a while ago it was a different ban coming from them. You know, the Fanny, the Karina being taken away. But now, no Masha, please, no Masha.
Oh,
We've had
wait.
suffered so much already with the Masha pick, and
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is really interesting. Are they going to open up the Fanny for Lois? Like maybe the Fanny or the Karina, but
no
they're
no
not
no no
opening
no
up the
no no
Fanny.
no no
Not
no.
we're not opening up. That's too much. That's too much. We're
It's
giving away
too
too much.
much. There's only like more ban slots, right? They would like to take out Fanny and the Karina as well, but no. These first three bans from Nightmare Esports are definitely okay. I don't Sleep Esports take away some
Ooh,
as well,
this is
respecting.
interesting.
Mm-hmm. What
This
are
is so interesting. The savior is open if Nightmare Esports wants to steal that away. I mean, it's pretty much was the game changer for IDNS Esports in game number 2, or will they go the route of the Karina and the Grok? They have been doing that, so I mean, this is pretty much very important for Nightmare Esports. What they will secure here for the first pick will definitely dictate what IDNS Esports will answer out, right?
and they're
So I
taking
think
your
they can.
time. They, they,
Yeah,
they
they're taking
want
it
to
out.
have
They're
to
like,
make the best choice. It's like, do we take the blue pill or the red pill? You gotta
you know
choose
that
one.
Yeah, you know that button where in like, okay, do we choose this or that? Like, oh, we're sweating so hard right now. But they are going to be, of course, going for something that has been banned away also for most of the time. And it is going to be, oh, it is Nano Ship that is playing for game number 3. So Nano Ship
Absolute
picking up
aggression.
Yep, the Franco this time. So there is no Hilda, there is no Masha, but of course IDNS Esports answers it out with the Grok and of course the Karina that has been
All right.
consistently banned
So
so
savior
far.
for
So pretty
Nightmare.
much maybe savior for Nightmare. I think it is pretty much a no-brainer if they will pick this up. They're going for their classics.
Oh!
They're
All right.
going
All
for
right.
the
Well,
Basha
no
and
Angela.
maybe no Angela this time. Yeah, it's banned out. So I think maybe, okay, with these two tanky setups, they could go for the savior right now. They
Mm-hmm.
definitely could go for it. I mean, not unless they're like, okay, it's fine. We'll let the savior go. We'll give it to IDNS Esports. But I think it might be like a totally different type of tempo in this game, right? Considering that this is a Basha jungler that we've already seen for Too Easy for Lexi. This is what happens, right? Whenever they don't pull that off, they
Oh,
are going to be prioritized.
okay.
Oh, Cammy!
Okay. Okay.
On the Beatrix. So now it is a different priority for both teams. So will they
Yeah.
go for the one for IDNS Esports or they go for the Savior?
Yeah, definitely they're baiting savior right now. What
Yeah, they're
Nightmare Esports
definitely.
are kind of wanting to do maybe since they haven't picked up their mid laner just yet. Take note, a game that they had a Basha was a game that they also have picked up a Selena, and so far it is open based
Yep.
on the first three bans of both teams. If it is gonna be slipping through the second banning phase, I highly think that Nightmare Esports would actually pick it up because well, even the Karina, even with the Savior, if they're gonna be threatened with these hooks and abyssal arrows, it's not gonna be looking good for them. Especially that too easy for Lexi has picked up this Baksha, which is hard, so hard to kill.
Yeah, the one I could have mentioned that could have been picked up by IDNS Esports, but of course they prioritized the savior, right? But the amazing performance by Angelina, you definitely have to
Yeah,
pick
they
that up
sniff
with
it
the
out.
Cillian. Yeah, they're like we know what type
You
of
know.
composition that you're going for. So now what's left for Nightmare Esports to take here? I mean, the Sicilian is still pretty much up for Nightmare Esports to take as their mid laner. They also need their tanky sides here. So something along the lines of perhaps someone that can go up against Sun Unbox Rock. I'm thinking along the lines of Masha, but it has already been banned away, of course, respecting the performance it had in game number 2. So
Mm-hmm.
now I'm looking forward to see something different, like maybe a Belleric side, right? I mean, it could work. Wait, it could work here for
Yep.
Nightmare Esports. They pick up a Belleric on the side. They also pick up a Sicilian. That is like 3 bodyguards already for the Sicilian, right? You can't reach it. That would be a great pickup for Nightmare Esports, but let's
Please do.
ultimately see.
Please pick it
Let's
up.
see. Because IDNS Esports has the pick. They need someone to go up against the Matrix. Will it be the Brody of Izzy? Or will it be like something classic like a Clint? Ooh, they are going for the Paquito up against the Beatrix.
Yep.
So this is pretty much sustained from IDNS Esports, and they got someone like the Savior in the backlines. They still pretty much have to deal with the Savior. I mean, they do have the Franco, but now it is going to be Nightmare Esports again shaking things up by perhaps, just perhaps, bringing out this Kagura this time that can definitely burst the Savior in the backlines. Oh, wait, no, they don't go for the Kagura. They go for someone, yes, someone to reach the Savior. This Harley that we've seen, but pretty much I think with the composition here of Idonis Esports, they are kind of putting all their resources towards taking down Angelina, but pretty much the Harley is going to be pretty much difficult to deal with. It has mobility. It's also pretty much an assassin, but I'm not so sure how it will work with the overall composition here of Nightmare Esports. Again, the scaling, the range, I do have to give it to IDNS, of course, with the Savior.
Yep. I'm very, 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 very hesitant on this. On them. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but let's see if it will do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is going to be okay. It is going to be. I feel like it is going to be a switch up here. Oh, yeah, it's the Grok, definitely. Yeah, I was like Grok. Sorry, the Thams as the roamer, definitely it will head over to Sun Unpack. That will go head to head with Jasmine on the Derot. So I think this is pretty much a sustain type of side lane. And then when it comes to the scaling, again with the range, I do have to give it to IDNS Esports for this one. They got the savior. I mean, the Harley, it's pretty much an assassin, right? You can do assassinations, but who do you attempt to assassinate here for IDNS? They are relatively tanky. So, I mean,
Like just the savior.
Karina, yeah, just pretty much the savior. They're putting so much rage on the savior. They're like, yeah,
Yeah.
we need an assassin. Okay, wait, the Ling is out, the Fanny's out. What do we pick up? Oh, we pick up the Harley. That's pretty much can deal with that can give a difficult time, of course, to the savior. There is still sort of that sort of pressure in the mid lane. But I think overall, in terms of scaling, again, IDNS Esports can get this one with their first week. But again, the winning condition, I think, for Nightmare Esports should be, if they pull off this draft, is to get perhaps, yeah, definitely
Get
get Cammy
picks.
to win the lanes. Cammy to win the lanes will work very well for Nightmare Esports.
Kami and So because Nanoship would try to set up for this Harley for sure, and well, if they would pick up someone on the side of IDNS Esports, they would be able to burst out at least one, and I think it's gonna be a good time coming in from them. Let's see though if they would be able to pull it off, because well, it's kind of new here on the side of Nightmare Esports picking up the Harley. The hook comes through here on Angelina, but no follow up. As of the meantime, it's still the early game. No ulti just yet here for So, and it's just gonna be a farming phase for Nightmare Esports.
I mean, the Harley, if it does pull off, it could be a game changer, and that is what they were waiting for. Like when I mentioned, Soul can definitely assassinate Angelina on this savior. It pretty much gave Nightmare Esports a huge nightmare for game number 2, and right now they have to deal with it, and it is going to be Nightmare Esports that gets in the first blood, and now too easy for Lexi not someone you can just invade here. This is a Basha that you are talking about. It has popped up for just shots, and now Lois goes in for the kill. Zanri goes down, but now Kami is forced to flicker in and takes down. Oh, Lois is able to still escape with just like a few HP left. But of course,
Maybe
you are
not.
talking about a Basha that can just roll in,
They see
take
me
you down.
rolling.
They,
And
well, they have to back away, but 3-0 is our score right now in favor of Nightmare Esports. And here comes the codes once again. They are going to be flashed all throughout this playoff stage. Nightmare Esports looking really good right now. They have a great start, and this is pretty much what they want in this game. They have to make this work. They can't afford to lose this game. Both of these teams, they want to win this one, but oh, almost. Jasmine low HP, but now Sun and Pak is definitely winning on the lane. And now here comes the Dawning Light from the backside. Takes down
the
Jasmine.
damage.
But now, too easy for Lexi. Forced to pop in that Torturous Puissance. They got in the turtle, but look at Nano Ship also. Lois, a 2-for-2 trade, but Nightmare Esports gets in the turtle. They get in a slight gold lead as well. Hope you guys are getting those redeem codes or those reward codes rather that is flashing on our screens in the bot side. So take a screen cap, be sure to redeem it. There is a lot of rewards and diamonds for you guys to enjoy.
We also have a level 8 tournament chest that you can pick up, comprised of 1,099 diamonds. So make sure to get your codes right now, which are being constantly flashed here on the screen. That's a lot. That's a lot. I
Yeah.
think every 5 seconds there's a code being shown on the screen. You gotta have fast reflexes on screen capturing those and putting it on the website, and claiming it.
Yep, be sure to redeem it, right? This is, of course, the last day of the Mekong qualifiers, and I'm so happy to be here, honestly. Like, I've seen these teams really in different competitions, and they are quite close to my heart.
Mhm.
So it's nice to see them here. Of course, they are gunning for the spot to be the MSC representatives in the region. It is still not over yet for these two teams. Sanumpak, it's so tanky right now. It has the vengeance as well. So somebody that can go head to head with the D-Rot. And now IDNS Esports, they got 2 kills, so pretty much it evens out. A 1.3k goal lead for Nightmare Esports. They have to keep this up if they want to win this series, right? Game number 2 was pretty much a nightmare for them, but now they are looking really good. They have to just initiate this proper team fight, but now it's going to be the key here for Soul to make in the assassinations, especially on Angelina. Pretty much he is the only one who can reach Angelina here. I mean, aside from Nanoship.
It's gonna be hard, especially as Idonotsleep Esports are gonna continue to try scale. Nanoship though is quite tanky. At least there's that. He's gonna be looking for some picks here to enable Soul. The hooks are not gonna connect, and Easy is just looking to zone them out.
Zanri.
Lois has been continuously getting this turtle, which is helping the team. And Nightmare Esports, they need to force team fights right now. The wall is immense.
Dawning
The
Light.
Dawning Light is thrown, and Zanri will fall down. There is the damage. Lois miraculously survives, and I don't think Cammy will. As he is being chased down here by Izzy with a flicker, and the punch combo even gets the ally, but not Cammy. So at least they got the trade out of it. But I don't know if Esports are back into the game, back into the ball game. The gold is even having this luxury of pushing down the mid lane tier 1. And Nightmare Esports, with that small hiccup, the results are just too disastrous.
Yeah, they now equalize the goal lead. It's pretty much even out right now. They also got the mid lane tower, so this is pretty big for IDNS Esports, despite the fact that they had kind of a rough start. This is a thing, right, with the composition of Nightmare Esports. You go in for those single target pickoffs, the Beatrix, and pretty much the Harley just like that. Pops in the ultimate onto Izzy, but he is quite tanky here on the Paquito and Lois. Trying to make in some plays. Nanoship hooks in a minion, but not the one he wanted. Wild Shards and the Flicker combo. But here comes a Bloody Hunt as well. And on the backside, Angelina takes down Soul with the Dawning Light. And with those types of play, this is what IDNS Esports wants. The coordinated team fights that they are needing. And right now, like what I mentioned, Gigi, it is so difficult to pull off a Harley, right? You get an assassination on the key players, but right after that, when it comes to the range, you gotta give it still to IDNS Esports. They have the map control right now. Mid side and bot side, they have already taken down the towers of Nightmare Esports.
and you don't have that much targets because most of the people here on the side of Idonos Esports are kind of tanky. They
Right?
are going to be getting a pick off onto Angelina, which is good. Xander is trying to flee, charges out of the way or out of harm's way, but a
Whoa!
hawk protecting out the
Who's that?
Sun Pack.
Son of
Despite
a-
your tank and go, you won't be able to survive. So with those two pickups, they now have good priority on this turtle. But again, Lois is still alive. He can go and steal this objective away with the help of Zanri and Izzy. They're being able to at least zone out the members here of Nightmare Esports. Kami
Oh,
is
hook
no
again.
longer seen, but the
Izzy.
hook connects onto Izzy. Lois again with a secure on the turtle. As they flee, they walk away with more wins.
Yeah, Nightmare Esports just wants to initiate all the clashes, right? But right after that, they forget about the objectives. Two for none trade here, but hold that thought. Lois on a killing spree gets one here to equalize. And speaking of, again, more of the codes are being flashed here. Hope you guys get that. Hope you enjoy those codes and hope you guys enjoy this super exciting series between Nightmare Esports and I Do Not Sleep. Right now, I don't even know. It's just a back and forth game here. Answers after answers. This is how crucial this game is, right? It is could be a reverse sweep by IDNS or could be again a 2-1 in favor of Nightmare Easter. Here comes the hook. Son of Bak forced to flee. He is quite tanky. Pops in that vengeance and the ultimate as well. No cap.
No casualties aside from Jasmine earlier, but oh, okay. It's a nice wall put up by Zandri to zone the members of Nightmare Esports out, and even with the attempt of Nanoship to hook, didn't fortunately allow them to get someone off. Izzy split pushing is a good job, but he's gonna be immediately contested with Nanoship and Lexi. Those two bouncers are really fast. They
Yeah,
sprint their way towards their opponent and make sure to disable them quite effectively.
yeah, you got someone to hook, you got someone rolling towards you. That's enough scare, right? Like you gotta back away. But even though it is a Paquito that Izzy did, it's a nice attempt to try and get in that topside tower. But now I think both of these teams they know very well the key factor to their victory is yes to get in all the towers. So pretty much they are not forcing out unnecessary team fights. So they are just going or they're gunning in for the towers. So getting in that divine glaive as well for additional magic penetration. And of course, again, the codes are being flashed here. Hope you guys get a screen cap. Hope you guys get that. Now they are clearing the mid side. Lexi goes in for the tortoise percent. Nice knock up wild charge there. Who gets caught? Again, it is Lois with a bloody hunt, but he is quite tanky. And now too easy for Lexi, tanking in all the damage there. Tortoise Passage in the midst of it all, but hook once again there by Nano Ship. Again, Cammy onto the backside. No casualties here, surprisingly, for both of these teams. Again, very calculated team fights. They don't want to take in clashes that they cannot afford to make mistakes in. And now 39 is our score. Of course, the numbers advantage goes to Nightmare Esports. But again, the gold lead is slightly in favor of IDNS Esports.
Yep. Things are looking really good for Idonotsleep Esports as of the moment, and well, they're gonna continue to scale. Same goes for Nightmare Esports. They do have Cam, and they're gonna rely on him heavily later on. Even so far, with 4-1-2 on the scoreline, that's a
Oh,
nice oppression
Zanri!
towards Zanri, taking him so quickly. But a Dawning Light deals a lot of damage. Lois trying to escape, but is not gonna be able to do so. 2 kills already, and this is gonna be good for Nightmare Esports. They have the access towards the Lord. They're trying to kill Angelina as well, but with a good amount of movement speed with that sprint, he's gonna be able to go to safety as Izzy and Sunumpak are trying to distract the members here of Nightmare Esports while they wait for Kami to arrive on this Lord area. Take note though that Lois is gonna spawn in a short while and is gonna try to catch up here in this team fight.
Oh,
Sunumpak
Dawning
will
Light!
fall down. Zanri, despite the Dawning Light, will not
Lord
secure
is still
any
up.
kill. Lord, yeah, it's still up right now. So does
Wild
the low
charge.
HP
Who
members
will
here
get
of
it?
Nightmare
Okay.
Esports. Too easy for Lexi securing this Lord, and they will be able to live. That is good for them. Actually, they're continue on the team fight. This is kind of questionable. Jasmine falls down. Lois is happily stalking them right now. The
Oh,
Dawning
Dawning
Light
Light.
gonna be thrown.
Almost.
He's gonna eye on Kami. He's gonna get a kill. Picks up 2 in the process. Actually, Izzy got those 2 kills. So that good pick on the Lord turned into a questionable play here by Nightmare Esports, overstaying in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I think they got the Lord
to their advantage. So I think they shouldn't force out that team fight. Unfortunately, it was already there. Pretty much they were trying to go back. But right after that, it was pretty much there was a double kill taking down Kami in Soso, two of the key damage dealers here for Nightmare Esports. So this is pretty much a very big thing for IDNS. So this game is pretty much a pendulum going back and
Mm-hmm.
forth. And now IDNS Esports has a gold lead, but fortunately enough, Nightmare Esports was able to secure that Lord right after the pick off onto Lois. But will that actually be enough, right? If you look at the map control, this is IDNS Esports that has the map control. They've taken down 4 towers as compared to Nightmare Esports that has only taken down 2. And Izzy has been doing a great job on this Paquito, just split pushing the lanes, right? He is the gold laner, but pretty much he is giving so much or dishing out so much damage towards the towers. He is pretty much a vital player here for Nightmare Esports.
Very much the tightest game we have seen so far today. Looking at the score, so many kills. That's 28 kills in 12 minutes. Almost 2 kills, more than 2 kills per minute. And Nightmare Esports, well, they have been continuously trying to scale up, especially for Kami. But if they will continue to make those kinds of mistakes, well, Idonotsleep
Mm-hmm.
Esports are gonna punish them for sure. Because Lois is gonna be looking for kills. Angelina positions himself
Yep.
for that dawning light. Everyone's lined up, and he can just cast that ult onto them. Izzy, along with Lois,
Oh
are
dear.
just happily
Nano
going in.
ship.
Nanoship will fall down. Cammy will secure a trade here onto Izzy, so at least that's 1-for-1 trade. But with Lois still alive, he's gonna be stalking them. He has so much will to get those kills, and even the codes now being shown on the screen. Please do make sure to get those. I don't sleep esports whenever they get the opportunity to access that backline, they do not hesitate, especially for Lois and Izzy.
Yeah, it's so wise how Angelina has been positioning herself. I mean, despite the fact that, yes, you got the threat of Soul just to assassinate you at any given moment. But now, I think INS Esports, with the proper positioning, the Savior is a key hero here. Even though he is far away from the map, he can pretty much still take you down. The Luminous Lord is going to be spawning in just a little bit. But right now, I think for Nightmare Esports, it could go both ways, right? This is the tightest game we've seen so far in the Mekong qualifiers. They all want to head into that grand championship stage, and this is the last game. This is the crucial game that both IDNS and Nightmare Esports needs to win. Lois already starting in this lore, GG. This could
Yep.
potentially
A
be
hook.
a clash breaking out. This is something that people want. Oh my goodness, Angelina onto the backside takes down Nanoship. Easy for Lexi is relatively tanky, hops in the
There's
Turkish
Jasmine.
Passants, but the members of IDNS Esports are all here. One proper team fight could just do the trick. Too easy for Lexi. Has to back away now. He is half HP.
Oh,
And
this
the
is
Dawning
hard.
Light, again, is chunking down everyone reload. It is really difficult, right? You don't know whether you go in for the Lord or you go in for the clashes.
Yep.
But eventually, right? If you have the Lord, you definitely want to force in all those clashes. You have to take down one. But again, ultimately, the Lord went to IDNS Esports. 18-16 is our score in the 14-minute mark, and this is going towards the side of Esports.
Yeah, and what's happening is Nightmare Esports, Soul, and Kami are being zoned away. That's why they couldn't
Right.
really deal that much damage. They're being threatened here by Lois, constantly going back at them whenever they try to close the distance or try to attack. And that creates a
Mhm.
big problem here for Nightmare Esports. The damage and the engage is just too much coming in from Idonotsleep Esports. Too easy for Lexi. Nanoship keeps on tanking, but they cannot provide that much protection anymore towards their allies.
Mhm.
And with that being the case, Idonoslip Esports just continues to get what they want. Dawning Light, gonna get thrown once again. Too
Mhm.
easy for Lexi,
Lord is
trying
still
to fat
here.
tank for the team. They have the tower helping them as well, so at least there's that. But their bot lane is gonna get destroyed here by Izzy. Immortality picked up here by Zanny, so all the more confidence to charge in as the front line here for Idonotsleep Esports. They're slowly ripping off Nightmare Esports dreams right now of
Mhm.
having that comeback
Yeah.
and having that
Lot in the grand championships,
that
right? But it's
slot.
still not over though. It's still not over. They are setting up these death bushes. Zanri. tries to go in. Here comes too easy for
Oh, the
Lexi.
wall!
Guardian's barrier is up, locking three members in, and the wild charge, as well as the dawning light,
Ooh.
takes down one. And this could be the opening that IDNS Esports needs. It is a 4v1, make that a 3v5 situation here. Who is stuck there? It's too easy for Lexi, just tanking in all the damage, but at what cost? You got four members of IDNS Esports trying to chase you down and ultimately taking you down as well. Three for none. Exchange. Beautiful setup by the Guardian's Barrier there by Zanri. Ultimately on point, just locking in three members and getting the wild charge, the knockup that they needed. And of course, giving Angelina the positioning also to cast in the Dawning Light. And now Soul Soul also goes down. Anoship led to the pit, and I think IDNS
push.
Esports, they take it with a reverse sweep, and they are going to our grand finals. Welcome to the grand final stage, IDNS Esports of Thailand. You will be facing Team Vietnam in this best out of five. Congratulations. And that was definitely difficult to pull off, Gigi. A reverse sweep, right? A reverse sweep up against Niightmare.
Yep, a reverse sweep. They got beaten, bruised, and demolished during the early game. And then they came back strong in the second game, came back even better in the third game, despite the efforts there of Nightmare Esports. Well, to no surprise, it's a fantastic win here by Idonotsleep Esports, and they're going to be moving up towards the grand finals against Team Vietnam. And looking at the stats right now, well, we can see definitely that Lois has put
The
so much
MVP.
threat. And that wall put up by Zanri, that was an MVP play coming
Yep.
from a setting up for the team, and there was little to no escape anymore for Nightmare Esports. It's GG. Go to sleep, says they, and they are going to be staying up awake now for
Yeah,
the
they
grand
still have to
finals.
be awake, right? They still kind of have to be awake for the next game. They are heading to the grand finals. But what a play, of course. This is kind of showing us why they never opened up this Karina to Loy. So kind of right now, I'm wondering why they opened it up. Maybe they think that they can deal with it, but pretty much Lois is so lethal on this tank arena that has been nerfed, but pretty much under the hands of Lois, pretty much what doesn't work for Lois, right? Fanny, the Ling, so much respect on the jungler here of IDNS Esports as well. I do have to commend Zanri as well on that final clash, despite the fact that he didn't have the best KDA, but that last game-changing play, that nice Guardian's Barrier and the wild charge onto three, that was just a game-changing play,
Yep.
making IDNS win that very game, taking down three, and eventually it was just game over. They didn't even need the Lord at that point.
Yep. No need for the Lord. They have picked up 4 kills, and that was enough. Nanoship can no longer defend. They went for the game-ending push, and that's their ticket right now to the grand finals. We are going to be going into a very short break to prepare for the grand finals, but don't you go away. The best action will continue and will start later on after this 30-minute break. We are your shoutcasters, Gyeong Gaming and Burger Kim. Please, guys, don't go away. There's more to come.
Yeah, more to come and more.
three countries. We are down to our last two teams of the MSC Mekong qualifiers. This is the moment that you guys are waiting for. We're down to the last two teams, and of course, two regions left for that slot of the MSC 2022 to represent the Mekong region. We have IDNS Esports of Thailand, and we also have, of course, Team Vietnam that has been waiting for them here in the grand final stage. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the MSC qualifiers. You are now watching the grand final stage. This is going to be a best out of five. You still got me, Burger Kim, and Gian Gaming at your service as your shoutcasters. And of course, this tournament is organized by Mineski Global in cooperation with Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VNG Games, and of course, Laos Esports Federation.
Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, or VRESA, is the SEA Games 31st esports organizer in Vietnam. VNG Games is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang publisher in Vietnam, and Lao Esports Federation is responsible for Lao Big Esports events such as the 31st SEA Games qualifier and other international events. Again, this is the most exciting part of the tournament, the grand finals, the final battle of the top two teams here in this Mekong qualifier for the MSC Southeast Asia Cup 2022. Team Vietnam going up against Idonotsleep Esports after their reverse sweep, a fantastic
Yeah.
reverse sweep during the lower bracket finals against Nightmare Esports. Now they're looking so strong. They're looking to challenge the unscratched or the really veterans right now on this tournament, the strong team of Vietnam in the grand finals. This is again a best of five, so it's going to be a long series. But let's see if how these teams are going to be battling in endurance for this grand finals.
Yep. So far, we already saw these two teams, put out everything that they got. We've already seen the type of play styles they can do. We can sort of see what draft that they go for. But I think ultimately for this grand final stage, Gigi, I don't think Team Vietnam has gone up against IDNS of Thailand. So I think, yes, I think Team Vietnam has gone up against their Laos brothers, which is IDNS Prince, but this is, I think, the very first time, or like one of the few times that they've gone up against each other. Thailand and Vietnam now vying for the spot of the Grand Championship here in the MSC Mekong qualifiers. Of course, getting the prize pool as well as the chance to represent, of course, the region in the MSC 2022, which will be happening this year in Kuala Lumpur. I'm looking forward to see this, GG. I'm not so sure if it will it be a clean sweep, or will it be perhaps like we stretch it out all the way up until game five. I mean,
Well,
anything can happen.
well,
This is the grand finals after all.
let's make a little bit of an analysis. All right.
Mhm.
During the match or the series of Team Vietnam versus Nightmare Esports yesterday in the upper bracket finals, they suffered a loss against Nightmare
Yeah.
Esports. They kind of had a hiccup during the game number two, and it was fully utilized by Nightmare Esports. Having to look at the Idonotsleep Esports being able to defeat Nightmare Esports puts them in a higher tier or higher performance against Nightmare Esports, in which maybe they can stand off against Team Vietnam right now, or maybe even push this to a game number five. Anything is possible as of the moment, but as we check here in the drafting phase, well, both teams are definitely respecting the high priority heroes out of the moment. You know, the
Yeah, the
Valentina,
Franco.
the Masha. Of course, you gotta respect that.
Yeah, the Franco as well that Nart loves getting. I mean, it's not this
Mhm.
time. I think for IDNS Esports and Team Vietnam, I think the junglers here, there is going to be a contest for the junglers, especially since these are two junglers, Lois and Joe. They know how to wield assassins to their fullest potential. So I think perhaps if the Ling or maybe if the Fanny will be opened up, I definitely think they will bring it up. They will bring it into play here in this game number one. But again, this is going to be IDNS Esports on the blue side, which means they do have the first pick here. There is still a lot of heroes open. I mean, the Savior has worked so well for them, and the Karina, of course, considering the performance of Lois earlier
Yep.
on. I think it is a respect man coming from
Yeah.
Team Vietnam. Will it be a Fanny man here coming through as well?
Well, let's see if it's gonna be respected as well. But so far, Idonotsleep
See,
Esports are gonna ban out the Eve. Savior is available for the
open.
taking, and it can
Mhm.
be a high priority of Idonotsleep Esports because it kind of led their team to win during their reverse sweep against Nightmare Esports. I mean, the Savior with the Dawning Light, damaging, passing through all the members of their enemy team allows them to have that zoning and also pressure in the game and even in the team fight. As Team Vietnam, they're just deciding which hero they are gonna be banning out. Most likely, it's
Yeah, the
gonna be
Ling.
a contest on the Savior as well. I don't see esports. They have first pick priority after the Ling has been banned. So, what are they gonna choose?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, the Fanny I mentioned that has been consistently banned out for IDNS Esports. So now, Team Vietnam, there is still the opening here for the Kufra for Team Vietnam to take. Yes, we've seen Nart on the Kufra. It could be wise to pick up the Kufra right now. I mean, it could be banned out in the second phase. It's nice to get the Kufra. Maybe perhaps I'm not so sure about the Savior now with the threat of
Hmm,
the Fanny. It could still
Grok.
work though. The savior and the okay, they go up for something different. They go, of course, with the Hilda as well. That has been that has a high ban rate rather here in the
Mm-hmm.
Mekong qualifiers and the Grok, like what you
Yep.
mentioned. So solid sides. This could be what Team Vietnam is going for, considering the threat that IDNS Esports has here with this Fanny. So what will they go for the mid laner here for IDNS Esports? You already have the Fanny in the early stages of the game. Perhaps like IDNS Esports wants to go for more of the scaling type and of course pick up something for Sun Umpa, considering there is already two heroes here, the Grok and the Hilda that has been taken for the side of Team Vietnam. So will they go for something? The Franco is already out, so maybe something as aggressive as the Hilda, as the Grok to go up against the aggression here in the early
Yep.
game. But okay, here you go. The range as well from IDNS Esports. It would have been deadly if it was under the hands of Team Vietnam, but now they go for, of course, the savior, like what you mentioned, a pick that made them win the reverse sweep up against Nightmare Esports in the lower bracket finals. This is pretty much a solid pick from IDNS Esports. They got it covered. The early game, the solid sides, and of course the range with the savior. So now what's it gonna be for Team Vietnam? Something to control Lois here. They need crowd control.
Akito. Mm-hmm.
Maybe, just maybe a Paquito could work, but there's already two heroes here, like the Grok and the Hilda. So I'm guessing more or less, definitely it's going to be a Roamer Hilda and a side lane Grok. So
Basha.
they already got that covered. Will they go for a tank? Yeah, they could go for a tank jungler as well, and then go for the last two heroes as their scaling heroes. That could actually work out. Perhaps a Basha could work out this time for Team Vietnam.
Oh, this is gonna be the first
Oh, they go
Farsa.
to range. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the first Farsa of this. This Farsa is a great pickup. You know why? I mean, despite the fact that there is the Fanny, this is a great zoning coming in from Team Vietnam. They got the Farsa with the feathered airstrike that has quite a similar range to an Eve. So pretty much, it's a great pickup. It also has some sort of mobility as well. So I mean, I think this is more for the zoning capabilities of the Farsa, right? Feathered airstrike just for everyone to get away from the clashes. The Beatrix being banned out, IDNS Esports. Maybe they could take out a gold laner this time. Maybe the something out for Hehe or maybe Gangshin could be taken out. The Beatrix is already out. Wan maybe. What have we seen from the side of Team Vietnam? We've seen Sherry on a Wan, a Nathan, and a Claude. But I don't think it is going to be Sherry playing for Team Vietnam. It is going to be Hehe on the gold lane this time. So they have definitely picked up the Grok, comfort pick, the Hilda as well. So let's see how this will pan out.
Mhm. Well, I don't think Team Vietnam would prioritize something like an Angela anymore, given that they already have support. They
Mhm.
only have their mid picked up as well. But the Basha can still work for them in the
Mhm.
jungle. They would need something that
Paquito
scales
could work.
on their composition well against Idonotsleep Esports, which is gonna be like Paquito being able to challenge this Fanny in a
Mhm.
1v1 fashion, and also the Deroth later on,
Mhm.
because split push potential of Idonotsleep Esports is kind of immense as of the moment, given that they do have Savior, the Deroth, and also the Fanny. They would be looking for picks with that kind of combination as well. So taking out these Scaling heroes definitely works for them, as Team Vietnam normally wants to have that aggressive playstyle in the early game.
The one also taken out, just limiting out Izzy's heroes here. I mean, they can still go for the Brody. At this point, the Brody is still pretty much good. It has enough range, AoE. So I think a Brody would be a great pickup for Izzy. And last man here for IDNS Esports. We've seen Joe on a Fanny, a Hayabusa, and a Ling. We've also seen Joe on a Balmond jungler. So not just the Baksha, actually, GG. You could also see the Balmond being picked up, perhaps, or maybe something entirely different here for Team Vietnam. Continue to surprise us as
Mhm.
IDNS Esports. I just mentioned the Brody that could have been picked up, and they take it out. So this is a lot of gold laners already out. The Beatrix, the Wan, and the Brody. So will we be seeing a Paquito gold lane? Could perhaps be a Paquito gold lane, or maybe even a jungler Paquito. Then put the Farsa definitely a mid lane, because I mean sometimes you do see a Farsa gold lane, right? But right now, what's it going to be for Team Vietnam? They still need someone to scale up, right? The gold laner. It's going to be
Paquito.
Paquito. Yeah, there you go. I mentioned this earlier. It's a great pickup. They have three solid tanky heroes already for Team Vietnam, and now IDNS Esports has to answer out to this. They need someone in the gold lane. So will it be perhaps a Clint, a throwback to the Clint? But now, I mean, in terms of the range, though, you gotta consider how melee these heroes are from Team Vietnam. So someone who can dish out damage, maybe a carry.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I haven't seen carry
It's
is
hard
dubbed
though. I mean,
as
Farsa.
yeah, it is hard with the Farsa, but the carry is considered as a tank killer. So if you want to go in for that late game insurance, a carry would be great. But I did mention the Kruger. I was actually wondering why Team Vietnam didn't pick this up. So it is going to be, I think, a first for IDNS Esports. They haven't picked up this. Xandra is more on like the Natalia, more on the Masha, more on the Hilda type of heroes. And this time they go for the combo of the Kufra and the Esmeralda for their last pick. So this is going to be sustained side. So they go for the Esmeralda gold lane.
This is gonna be aggressive playstyle of Idonotsleep Esports as well to match Team Vietnam. They're gonna fight fire with fire in this game
Mm-hmm.
number one of this best of five series. A lot of actions are gonna be seen here for sure by both teams. Team Vietnam still has their
They need a
last pick,
gold lane.
so unless they
Oh, there you go. I don't even know if I'm doing this predictsy right. I was actually expecting IDNS to pick that up, considering how tanky this composition of Team Vietnam is. But actually, surprisingly, I did mention the carry. It does come up, but it is going to the side of Team Vietnam. So this
Mhm.
is actually quite interesting. Yes, this carry does make sense. I mean, there is the Kufra, there is the Esmeralda, and the D-Rod. These are three heroes that are also very tanky. So with the carry, it can definitely them apart when it comes to the late game, when
Mhm.
especially when a carry has the Demon Hunter sword, the Golden Staff, and maybe even just the Wind Talker is enough to dish out so much damage. So this is quite interesting, GG. We are heading into the first game here of our grand final stage, and it's already so intense already. You can feel it every time they pick the heroes. They really think about it very well.
I want to highlight though that while the carry is a tank killer, a tank shredder,
Mm-hmm.
however, there is the threat of the fan and all those engage
Right.
coming in from Idonotsleep Esports. So this early game is gonna be one of the most challenging moments here for Hehe. Definitely not gonna laugh that much during the early game after all those expected ganks coming in from Lois and Zanri. Even take note that, well, Easy can try to bully him out as well in the lane, although it's a range advantage for the carry. Zanri
Mm-hmm.
is just gonna try to help out Nart
Mm-hmm.
there. You know, it's
Wow.
Nart continuously attacking them, you know.
He has the sprint and
Mhm.
he pops it. Yep, it's just enough. Just showing them that yes, I am here. This is Nart knocking at your door, not giving you an easy time to farm up. But I think it is just again the constant pressure of Nart is there.
Oh, it's
But
stolen.
again, oh, it is. Wait, wait,
The,
wait.
yeah, the Little
No.
Wanderer was stolen by Izzy. Just
Well,
a small trade, but Joe
it's a little small
saved the
today.
rescue.
Yeah, I think it is ultimately still a great pickup there, but I think it is pretty much the pokes here in the early game. I do have to say though, Izzy will definitely have a hard time going up against the carry, but Lois did secure in that triple buff. Not yet the level 4 power spike that he wants, but definitely enough. So I think it is going to be IDNS Esports targeting perhaps Hehe here on this carry. I mean, carry or maybe even the Farsa here could be the target of IDNS Esports.
hmm The carry is just gonna try to scale up. Well, Hehe is so far being able to farm
Oh,
inside his lane.
Angelina.
Angelina nearly killed there, but Xandri is trying to help out along with Lois. But since their mid laners already safe, I think it's safe to just fall back for the meantime. Since the turtle is about to spawn, and there's the positioning of Xandri and Sunumpak already on the flank.
Hmm?
Meowix team is gonna
Yep.
spot out Sunumpak,
Oh,
but I think this
almost.
is gonna be a big contest. Can Joe secure this? The answer is yes with the help of Nart,
Oh!
and Lois is gonna get taken down as first blood here by the Hilda. As Xandri just going to flee. Team Vietnam with a solid start in this game. As Idonotsleep Esports just go back to their safe place, but maybe not so. As
Oh,
Hehe is there
almost.
with Nart. Xandri manages to disengage with the flicker. Man, this game is getting insane.
Yeah, look at that. How aggressive Nart is on this Hilda. This is why you don't open this out. Look at the damage as well as it was great that Nart picked up that turtle as well as the first blood and on Lois of all the people there, right? This is a great start for Team Vietnam. So this could continue on, right? They need to hold out. They have this carry, of course, as their insurance. I do have to give it to IDNS. I do have to give it to Team Vietnam though. When it comes to the late game, but take a look at our bot side. We still do have our redeem codes. Be sure to get it. Be sure to take a screen cap as well while you are enjoying the game. This is the grand final stage, a best out of 5, and this is still game number 1, Team Vietnam, on a slight lead right now, and they are looking to capitalize even further. Izzy is relatively tanky
Oh,
here.
here's
He comes
Lois.
Lois as well. Cutthroat takes down Joe, 1-for-1 trade, and that is the opening. A little bit of answer coming in here from IDNS Esports.
And Hehe so far doesn't have any kill participation. He's happily just farming out in the early game, but oh, Meowix might be
Whoa,
in
flicker
trouble.
in.
Tries to go with the kill with a wall, but unfortunately, Sunumpak manages to disengage with a flicker. So that's an oopsie coming in from Team Vietnam. Idonotsleep Esports, especially for Lois, he's starting to snowball with those 2 kills.
Yeah, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? You put up the Guardian's Barrier, it kind of helps Lois spam in those skills, right? So I was actually wondering why they went for the ground. They could have gone for a Kufra here for Team Vietnam. So now the gold lead is evened out. 2-1 is our score. A little bit in favor of Team Vietnam, but it is still pretty much the early game. So they are trying to make it work with these early game heroes, which is the Hilda, the Fanny, as well as the Croc. Now the turtle is up for the grabs. Again, the pressure is constant here for Lois. Feathered Airstrike almost taking in the purple buff, but here comes Lois, of course, securing in the purple buff, takes down Gangshin, and now Narc is the next target. He is quite tanky, goes into position to regen some HP, but look at the dawning light from Angelina, forces Narc to pop in that sprint, and now Joe gets in the turtle. Hehe gets Zanri in the process as well. 2-for-1 trade, but it could be equalized now by Lois. A little bit too overconfident there. And now Team Vietnam on a slight goal lead after that turtle take.
Yep. Team Vietnam so far fighting back, scaling up, especially for Hehe. This is gonna be their key to victory later on. In being able to buy that Demon Hunter sword, Golden Staff, and then build some tanky items to survive the damage coming in from Aloys. As Nart is just trying to flee for this from the onslaught here from Idonotsleep
Predator
Esports.
strike.
But as the fight continues, that's gonna be Joe picking up a kill. Lois is in the party. That's the wall into the charge, into the extended auto attack, but it's still not enough. They don't have that feathered airstrike coming in from Ganshid. It's still on cooldown.
Oh dear,
but the
Nart.
blinding light with the kill there by Lois onto Nart. He's now 3-1-1, and that's gonna be scary for Hehe later on. Xandri's gonna spot him up, but well, he doesn't deal any damage, so at least it's him backing away.
Yeah, it's answers after answers. You can kind of see a glimpse of already what we're going to be expecting in the next few games here of IDNS Esports. It is pretty much an even trade. Meow X Amy gets in. The Abyssal Strike here coming in from Senum Park. Still no answer, but almost getting caught up there in the bush. Almost there. Meow X Amy is able to recall, and now Izzy is pushing this bot side tower. 5-4 is our score with Team Vietnam with a 1k goal lead. They have to capitalize now. They have to take in the towers as Nart looking for the next
Oh,
target. Look at the damage coming in from Lois as well. Wow, they are just going in here. Lois is just absolutely crazy on this Fanny, and now Izzy is the next target here of the members of Team Vietnam, and he goes down in an instant. Joe is also on a mega kill. Let's not forget, let's not count out Joe just
yup.
yet. 3-1-1. All of our junglers
Oh,
here are
Hehe
on
though.
fire, but Hehe
Yeah.
gets spotted out there by Senum Park.
Quite
Now
sad.
the turtle contest, it goes to IDNS Esports, dawning light, but now Joe is getting stunned there. Retribution as well, but takes down Zanri. An outplay there by Team Vietnam. 4 members, the roamer for the gold laner, and it's action after action, brawl after brawl, but IDNS Esports is not forgetting the objectives that they need to take. And now the objectives as well still goes to Team Vietnam with 2 towers taken down.
Towers and some kills picked up in the process. They're up by just 1,000 gold, but well, scaling is going to be in their favor later on for Hehe. There's a charge coming in from X Amy. The Dawning Light to deal some damage, and it actually was enough for them to pick up the kill onto him. Izzy is very, very tanky, being able to tank all damage even with the tower, as Joe is just trying to flee from this Kufra since he can't dash at all because of that bouncing of 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 Zanri, and Team Vietnam is just gonna slow things down a bit since the threat of Lois is becoming too much along with Sun Pak.
Yeah, not just Senum Park, even Angelina here. Look at the itemization of Angelina. So wise. Going for the cooldown boost and the talisman. So that is going to be easier to spam in the ultimates. Like at one point, I think he spammed in the ultimate twice. But Joe here
Oh
onto
my.
Senum Park on a monster kill. And now Izzy is the next one on the chopping board. He gets in the punches, but here comes Lois, forcing Joe to go back. And now going back to our game again. Team Vietnam has the map control here. They got in 2 towers. IDNS Esports, they got to have to equalize by taking the towers. But how is this so, right? Lois is forced to rotate here and clear out the top side. But PG, I think this could go both ways. But Joe being so aggressive there. The
That's too much
shutdown,
towers,
and of
though.
course the sticker, of course, coming in from Angelina was pretty much a bait. An additional gold also by shutting down the hero that you need to shut down. 8-10 is our score in the 9-minute mark. Again, an all-out brawl by Team Vietnam and IDNS Esports. It's not even the match point yet. They are already showing us what they've got under the belt. And now the Lord is up in the game. First Lord, not yet the Luminous Lord, but 3 towers already taken in by Team Vietnam.
Yes, Idonotsleep Esports are eyeing on this objective for sure. Meow Amy is getting engaged here by Sonoma. That's a lot of damage coming in from this Deroth, as Meow Amy might need to recall later on to prepare for this Lord. As North and Zanri are just gonna meet up with each other. Team Vietnam is constantly not really eyeing on the Lord just yet. They want Hehe to scale up, but it's really hard. Dawning
Dawning
Light.
Light?
He's trying
Almost.
to run, but he won't be able to. I mean, it's a Fanny, for God's sake. He's gonna be able to close the distance anytime he wants. Meow Amy
Where you
is
going,
trying to
Lois?
stop him, but well, he's swift. It's a Fanny. He's gonna be able to go to places anytime he wants. Angelina falls down with help of Team Vietnam, and they're gonna get this tower in the mid lane to exchange that of the bottom lane, because Meow Amy is having a little bit of a hard time, and Zanri might need to fall back.
Yep, might
For
go
now,
down.
let's engage. Joe.
Almost.
Yep.
But well, Joe is relatively tanky here. The cutthroat comes through here by Lois, chasing him down with the retribution as well, trying to take down Joe to his best potential. It is a mega kill for Lois on this Fanny. Absolutely crazy. Demon Hunter Sword already picked up here by Hehe, and with Joe down, I think IDNS Esports can try to start out this Lord. Here comes the redeem codes as well. Be sure to get it, guys. Be sure to get those codes. There is a lot of tournament chests that will be given away today. And this is the grand final stage, game number 1. Be sure to get a screen cap. And now, again, possible all-out brawl. It is going to be a 4v5 situation, though. Nice wild charge, feathered airstrike onto the backside, as well as the dawning light. Nart goes down, as well as Zanri, and now Hehe is forced to retreat. Sun on Pa as well, trying to take down Meowx, Amy, and they are on the full retreat. Even our scores are quite even right now, a little bit onto Team Vietnam, of course, with considering how much towers they have taken in this game.
Yeah, Team Vietnam are struggling because of Aloys, and Izzy even picked up a kill there on the Gangshin. That's unfortunate for Team Vietnam, even if they have the gold lead. The pressure is still being built up here by Idonotsleep Esports, especially for Team Fights. He is not online, just that he is far from being online. That's a struggle if you're using a carry, but Joe trying to get something with the truncheon
dear.
to get
Wrong
that
turn.
outplay. And with the jungler down, Idonotsleep Esports have their eyes on the prize. Even with Nart hovering there, I don't think they will be able to contest, but he is buying some time here for Team Vietnam for Joe to respond, but they won't reach this Lord anymore. It's Idonotsleep with this 12-minute Lord.
Oh god, it's a lethal drop. Meowx Amy goes in for the Malefic Roar, and right now I think it would be wiser for Team Vietnam to just do the split pushes. It's a great call here by Hehe just to clear out this wave on top. At least they do have to trade it out with something, right? This is all about the objectives, and this is what Team Vietnam has been doing even in their games in the playoffs as well as the group stages. They have been very objective centered. It is kind of also why they are winning the games. Although IDNS Esports, they got the lore now, and their jungler is on a killing spree. So pretty much they got this under the bag, right? They got the early game. But now we are kind of waiting for Hehe to make in those plays right now. They have to deal with this lord first. All the towers are still up. IDNS Esports can look to equalize.
They're looking to push in the bot lane and in the mid lane. The tier 1 tower is still standing for Team Vietnam, and it will help them buy some time to clear out this lord in the bottom lane. But as the dawning light comes through, it kind of prevents them from disengaging that much. Lois is getting caught there. That's a lot of damage coming in from the Paquito. And there's the retaliation. Xandri and Izzy trying to zone them out. But the allies of Team Vietnam are also
Angelina!
the dawning light. What was that damage? That is insane. Idonotsleep Esports now with the burst, stopping the defenses there of Team Vietnam. This tower in the mid lane is about to fall down. There's nothing that Team Vietnam can do.
Yeah, they do have to hold it out, right? They have to wait for the power spikes of their respective gold laners. And right now, I think pretty much Gangshin is positioning himself pretty well on this Sparsa. So I think with one feathered airstrike onto the key members here of IDNS Esports, not just Lois here, but also Angelina. I told you about the cooldown, the enchanted talisman, the cooldown boots. I'm not surprised if Angelina has already secured in the divine glaive as well. That is a lot of damage onto this savior. I mean, he just has the spam in the ultimates. He can pretty much force everyone from Team Vietnam to back away. And right after that lord take, it is now shifting towards IDNS Esports with the gold lead right now and a little bit of map control over Team Vietnam.
Yep. Team Vietnam has to stall this out. I mean, you have picked up a carry. You have to help him scale up. And it's going to be one challenging path they are taking as the moment. The gold has finally turned into favor of Idonotsleep Esports as they're looking for more picks across the map. Team Vietnam are also doing it, going to the top side as Izzy is relatively safe. Even with the gank, well, he is very tanky. Only Hehe can kill him as of the moment. We saw the struggle of even Joe trying to get that kill onto the Esmeralda, but because of the shields, because of his durability, it's hard to kill that Esmeralda. And Team Vietnam, this is their weakness right now. Early to mid is one of the most challenging parts of them, especially mid game, because that's where Idonotsleep Esports gets their power spike, and we see Hehe struggling so much. But as he picks up more tanky items, he's gonna be able to sustain a little bit more of that damage.
Yeah, I was actually expecting a Divine Glaive coming in from Angelina, but I think considering how much damage he's dealing, I think Team Vietnam would like to go for Angelina first. But now Joe is the next target as Lois again is so difficult to deal with on this Fanny. I'm kind of wondering really why they didn't pick up the Kufra. Now, Hehe has relatively built a tanky sort of build, the Venus Shield as well as Thunderbelt, but look at the damage also from Izzy. Again, this could go downhill for the side of Team Vietnam as Senopak gets in that proper positioning on that Abyssal Strike. Retribution on point there by Lois, and even under the tower. It is just Team Vietnam not safe. Oh my goodness, they can definitely go for the win here. IDNS Esports
Oh,
is going to be taking this game surprisingly with the sweet victory here in game number 1 up against Team Vietnam. I am completely shocked with this. Team Vietnam giving away to Fanny. And right now, Lois, really, this is why it has been a repeat ban, right? He has constant pressure on the Fanny. And right after that, it was just pretty much after the two Lord takes, it was Team Vietnam that got in the victory for this game.
Idonotsleep Esports definitely are on fire as of the moment. Picking up that game number one in a fascinating fashion as well.
Right.
Lois being able to pop off with the fanny pick, and even Sunpap being able to scale so well into that game. We did not see any threat of the carry. We saw some threat being shown there by Joe, but other than that, there's none despite the efforts of Nart trying to delay the scaling of Lois in the early game when he was farming,
Right.
despite Gangshin trying to zone out with the feathered airstrike. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It's not the proper composition to match Sleep Esports, and the execution as well was on point coming in from this team. And looking at how they are performing right now, they're looking to establish a better control of this series, starting it off with a win. Team Vietnam, if they want to tie this up, they have to up their game. And this is the first time I'm be saying this. If they want to tie this up in the series, they have to up their game. They have to up their
Yeah, it
drafting and also their execution, because I don't know, Sleep Esports have so far taken control of the wheel.
Well, they have been taking control of the wheel ever since the lower bracket. And like what a lot of people say, it's a different mindset that you have when you are in the lower bracket or when you're coming in from the lower bracket, right? You have to defeat all these teams to get to the top. So victory is much sweeter actually for the side of IDNS Esports. But ultimately, I think what really was difficult there for the side of Team Vietnam. They didn't really have that much crowd control to deal with the
Yep.
Fanny. Maybe I would have understood maybe the Ruby, but I think the Hilda, it did cause like a lot of delays for Lois earlier on. He got a first blood, but eventually I think Lois was just after he got that power spike, was just uncontrollable on that Fanny. Even
Mhm.
Joe couldn't take him down, right? Even Gangshin. I
Yep.
think Ultima for the next game, perhaps, just maybe perhaps, don't let Joe or don't let Lois rather have that Fanny. I mean, both of them they can pick up the Fanny, right? But you don't want to give out the Fanny, especially under the hands of Joe as well as Lois.
Yep. And it has been proven why, or answered why you should not give that fan, despite the Grok not being available for the team. It being there still allowed them to kind of counter the composition meant there by Team Vietnam. And maybe in this game number two, Team Vietnam might want to go back to their roots, going with that aggressive play style, going back to the Masha, going back to that Esmeralda, and the priority pick on the Savior as well. Because this draft that they have made for game number one definitely is not something that they should continue doing. During the drafting phase, we talked about the pros and the cons. The cons kind of outweighed the pros this time in game number one, especially on the scaling department, on the matchups department. The Farsa, we haven't seen that fantastic play since most of the time the team fights were small skirmishes. We're in You have little to no time to prepare or to set up your area of coverage, and the Farsi did not really had that much good performance during that game, especially the carry. There
Right.
was a time that he got a kill, but other than that, none, because he's always being threatened by Lois and the Deroth. That's how things work here in Mobile Legends. Aggression always prevents those scaling, and when you're prevented to scale,
Exactly.
you can't really do what you're meant to do.
Yeah, Hehe definitely didn't have the best time on the carry. I do understand the idea why they picked it up. I'm actually looking forward to see something new, perhaps. Like maybe if the Fanny is open once again, you know what's a great marksman to go up against it? I mean, I've seen it in professional play a few times, but I haven't seen it here in the Mekong qualifiers. A great answer towards the Fanny is actually the Moskov, right? The Moskov would
Mm-hmm.
have been a great pickup. It dishes out so much damage. It's also a scaling hero. But again, right, if the Fanny under the hands of Lois, just so much early game pressure. So I think it will definitely be a huge respect coming in from Team Vietnam. They don't want to open that up, not unless Team Vietnam wants to pick it up for themselves. I know Joe also picks up this hero, or Joe is also a Fanny user. So maybe, just maybe, they could make it work for Team Vietnam's composition, because Team Vietnam also loves to go in for the scaling type. So you need someone to create that early game pressure, right? So maybe they can pick up the Fanny for themselves and then go for the scaling heroes. I think ultimately that's kind of their play style. They can go for the aggression in the early game with early game heroes, then go for the scaling. But now, of course, this is game number 2, and just IDNS Esports, they haven't been sleeping, right? They are wide
Yeah.
awake because they are one step closer, or rather, this is the second game. If they win this, the next game could be the match point for them. They are getting closer and closer to what they want, which is, of course, the title or the honor of representing the Mekong region in the MSC 2022. They were representatives before, and they are looking to get it again this year. Again, the Masha, the Valentina being banned out here. I'm not surprised if Vietnam actually has the choice of having the first pick here. So maybe, just maybe, the Fanny could be slipped up here, not unless it's banned out by IDNS.
Mm-hmm. They all well. You mentioned that it's also one of the choices here of Team Vietnam. Also, Hehe is going to be replaced here by Sherry. So
Yeah,
let's see if
Sherry.
there's going to be a change in the results and especially in the performance here of the team, as Idonotsleep Esports are going to maintain theirs for the moment. You really don't want to be changing or fixing what's not broken, as it is currently working so well for them. And the band so far, pretty standard. Both aggressive uh, laners and support is getting taken away here by Team Vietnam, while Idonotsleep Esports is focusing on the mid department. There is going to be same amount of contest on the Savior, of course, but I think Idonotsleep Esports prioritizes it more because it has been working out for them. Even starting when they got their win against Nightmare Esports, and Team Vietnam so far they have been focusing on different aspects or different heroes, and maybe they should pay attention to it more this time, like the Savior, the Fanny,
Fanny.
the Karina as well.
Mhm. Yeah, there
Yeah.
is a lot of heroes open here for IDNS to take, as well as Team Vietnam. So right now it is crucial. They do have the first pick here, and they take out the Baksha. So maybe something is up here. Maybe they are going for something different here for Team Vietnam. But again, the Fanny is still up for the grabs, the Savior as well. So maybe Team Vietnam, they can take the, yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
there you
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah,
They split it
IDNS
up.
is kind of anticipating that they might first pick the Fanny. So it is going to be the Karina as well that I know that Joe has has been picking up this. Joe is also not just the fighter type of jungler. He can also rock these assassins. So they pick up or they steal this Karina away from IDNS Esports, away from Lois in particular, but the Ling is also pretty much open here for IDNS Esports, as well as the Savior that has been working so well, like what you mentioned, in their composition. But now with the threat of the Karina that can do tower dives here for the Savior, he has to be in a point that Angelina has to be in a point wherein she is untouchable, right? I mean, with the Grok here, it's pretty much safe, but it is right now INS Esports. They are rocking this Savior pick, and by the way, the Savior pick is one of the top picks here in the Mekong qualifiers. It kind of goes to show this is the reason why IDNS is here in the grand final stage. The Savior of Angelina, that is just so difficult to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Savior, well, the savior of the series, savior of the games here of Idonotsleep Esports, definitely are going to be prioritizing that particular hero. Team Vietnam finally get their hands on this Deroth that had a fantastic performance when it was used there by the Idonotsleep Esports. Look at the draft hero Team Vietnam. It's very similar to the draft of Idonotsleep Esports a while ago. Just changed the Karina
To a
with a
Fanny,
Fanny. That's
right?
what changed so far, and they can add in more aggressive heroes, just like how Idonoslip Esports built theirs a while ago.
And now they pick up the Wanwas as well, stealing it away from Sherry. And now IDNS and Team Vietnam, this is the second banning phase. So something
Obvious.
out for Sherry. Well, no, I'm not thinking along the lines of Phobius because Sherry is the type of gold laner that has brought out so many heroes so far. The Nathan, Claude, and the Wan Wan. So it's a smart choice actually for IDNS to pick that up for themselves. Izzy on this Wan Wan that could potentially just be soaring all throughout this game. They also can take out a mid laner here. Someone to
Hmm.
go up against an Angelina, perhaps like we've seen Ganshin on so many heroes, a Cecilion, an Eve, even a Kagura, and the Phobius.
Yep.
Those are
They they're gonna be respecting that. I think Dynasty Esports are gonna focus on mobility as well to try and kite out Joe and Meowix Semi later on, along with the frontline members of Team Vietnam. So taking out
The
the
night
phobias is
sky
gonna remove
tells
that backline
all.
or like that close up threat,
backline access, yeah.
trying to close the distance every time you try to create some distance. Esmeralda being respected as well. So Team Vietnam might actually go with a tanky composition this time, have that sustain and advantage in extended team fights.
Mhm. Yes, IDNS Esports has this scaling hero already, the Wan Wan. So maybe someone that can go up against a Wan Wan that something for Sherry, right? Sherry picks up the Claude so often. He picks up
Hmm.
the Nathan as well. So maybe something along those lines, maybe along Sherry's
Only
heroes.
love
So
at
it's going to be,
night,
oh, yes, the Sicilian as
everlasting.
well. We've mentioned this several times, even in the previous game. So something that is actually great when it comes to scaling as well. So it's not just the gold laner. The Sicilian pretty much scales as well in the mid lane. Final ban for Team Vietnam. I think for IDNS, they still don't have a jungler. Okay, someone
No jungler.
that Lois has been using. Lois has also brought out so many heroes, right? The Fanny most of the time, and this time it has been banned away. So will it be? I mean, this is a tanky lineup from Team Vietnam. So maybe just maybe Lois might go for something different this time. The Basha already out. The Esmeralda, or maybe even Zanri's heroes here could be taken out, right? I mean, it's so focused on we're talking about Lois most of the
Still
time,
swords,
but
Yan
yeah,
Li.
it's massive respect again towards the jungler of IDNS Esports, the Ling that is so mobile, so pretty much can gank any lanes at this very point. I'm very curious to what hero Lois will bring. Maybe just maybe a Paquito would be great here up against. I mean, so far Team Vietnam has is just melee heroes. So Paquito would work.
Mhm.
It is quite tanky, dishes out damage as well. So that would be a great pickup for IDNS Esports.
Yep. Paquito also have the Lancelot
Yeah,
available for the team, but don't
Hayabusa,
think. I think Dynasty Esports are gonna try
Lancelot, yeah, is
to
open.
focus on sustain as well. This Amos is gonna help them a little bit
Oh, we've
on
seen this.
extended team
Yes.
fight. Yep, seen it
Mm.
earlier today as well. The Vietnam getting the
Oh.
Harris though is kind of new.
Oh, that.
Maybe
Yeah.
not
Okay.
so.
Yeah, it's either the Claude or the Beatrix and the Clint. These are the top gold laners, right? Maybe, just maybe they are
He's so
thinking
far,
of what to bring out. They can rock that mage side lane, right? They can rock that mage gold lane, which we've already seen. Cherie has a lot of heroes under his belt. It is going to be still the Claude, like what I mentioned. It hasn't been banned away. And of course, a classic Lilia as well. So now Vietnam also has that gold laner scaling up. So the Claude, the Wan Wan for the side of IDNS Esports, and they still need a hero for Lois. The Ling is already out, the Fanny is already out. Lois mostly picks up the Karina and the Fanny, but I mean something new, maybe just something to take control as early as possible. Like Lois is the type of jungler that goes
Bring
in
out the
for the
Balmond.
yeah, I mean we've already seen this. They bring it out. Team Vietnam has brought it out, and now it is a classic throwback to the type of composition that IDNS esports used to go for. The
Mm-hmm.
sustain, and of course the backline damage dealers, the Wan Wan and the Savior. That is so much range. I think in terms of range, again, I do have to give it to IDNS esports this time. I mean, they respectively they have gotten their comfort picks, but
have to lean a little bit more onto IDNS in this one. They have the Savior. They also got the Wan, and you
Yep.
got relatively three tanky frontliners, so you can just pop in those ultimates at any given time. So I think PG, maybe just maybe this game number two could favor IDNS Esports once again.
Well, basically, Idonotsleep Esports has that solid front to back team fighting capability. They can
Right?
dish out the damage from the front. They can dish out damage towards the back line. They have a good amount of uh, passing through towards the frontline members since they do have the Balmond. They even have a lot of access and obstructures that they can pull up with the Grok as well. And the Dawning Light is gonna be the same problem here for Team Vietnam. We already have seen so many highlights here of Angelina going in with that Dawning Light with a proper positioning, of course, with a burst damage, always messing the intended team fight result of their enemy team. As Sandri is gonna try to steal that. Can he actually do it? No? The
Now,
Red 3
retribution.
allows
Yep.
Joe to secure that objective.
Yep. It's kind of funny, right? Angelina has been consistently playing the Savior, I think, for the past 4 or 5 games already. I feel like she's kind of like saying, can I pick up some other hero? No, no, no. I think Sports' coach is probably saying, no, 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 just pick up that Savior.
This is
It's
your
worked
role
so
now.
well for
You're
her.
Savior.
Yeah, just Savior. Just pick up the Savior. Savior only. And now, Yang Shin,
Oh, see,
taking
it
off
works.
the Savior. Angelina, again, on a first blood up against Team Vietnam, but of course they equalize it immediately by taking down Lois as well, but Nart on a double kill takes down Zanri as well. So 2-1 in favor of Team Vietnam. I completely forgot that Nart is also really, really good when it comes to setups here on this Kufra. So
Mhm.
I am looking forward to seeing that. I'm actually so surprised why they did not pick this up in game number one. I mean, it could have worked so well for them. But now, I mean, it's pretty much too late for game number one. We are already in our game number two. As Team Vietnam, they have to pretty much win this game so that they can shift the momentum a little bit towards their side.
And that's the purpose here of NAR to try and prevent those mobility and also gap closes of Idonotsleep Esports. There's the Balmond, there's the Grok, there's 1-1 who's going to be trying to create or reduce some space. But here in the bottom lane, oh man, you're going to get taken down. That's a big number of people trying to camp one lane. But it's going to be exchanged here on the turtle. Idonotsleep Esports has some answers to whatever Team Vietnam is doing.
Here's the thing, right? I mean, Angelina must be just saying, you know what, this is my hero now. I'm really known as the savior. It's pretty much her hero, and I think a game-changing hero for IDNS Esports. But right now, Team Vietnam is kind of under control right now. Making Sherry win her lane is pretty much very important here for Team Vietnam. Yes, this is the hero that scales up. And especially in the late game, it can really burst down the heroes here of IDNS Esports, considering how tanky they are. They got the Scrap, they also got the Balman, as well as the Tamus. So these are the heroes that you need to take down real low. So it is great that now Team Vietnam is sort of rotating there onto the bot side. But now, a few more seconds before the turtle is up, just constant pressure here on the mid side. Dawning Light from the backside there by Angelina. Just the pokes here already are enough to force the members of Team Vietnam to back away. Look at that again, forcing Gangshin to recall back to the base.
Yep. And Joe consistently invades the jungle camps here of Lois, which is a good job coming in from Team Vietnam. They are ahead a little bit in terms of goal, but Idonotsleep Esports are still maintaining their scaling capability, especially for Izzy, which is having not the best of time because the Gans continue to come. The Blazing Duet will allow them to shred the health, but
Joe!
Might not be a double kill. But yeah, Angelina will pick up his second kill of the game. Lois with ulti and the dash closing the distance. That's a good revenge, a good trade-off for the death of Izzy. And now they have a cut-up in terms of goal because of that.
Yeah, answers after answers, and now Sunam Pak already being so aggressive here, trying to take in the purple buff. Was he able? No, it's Meow X Amy. So pretty much this is still
the game that they want. Sun Pak ultimately being punished here by Team Vietnam. He goes down as the turtle is now up for the grabs here for Team Vietnam. Dawning Light shuts down the members here of Team Vietnam. Again, the low
Ooh.
HP. Little counter by Lois. Again, it is answers after answers by IDNS Esports. They are on a full momentum right now and they get in the lore. This is absolutely crazy, Gigi.
Yeah.
This is something that we didn't expect. And like what I mentioned, it is a different crawl when you come in from the lower brackets. And definitely IDNS Esports has the momentum right now. We are continuously flashing the codes as well. Hope you guys get that because this is a non-stop brawl once again by Team Vietnam and IDNS Esports in this grand finals. And again, this is IDNS Esports already getting in 1 point. So Team Vietnam has to look to equalize by getting in this game.
This is the kind of the win condition or the proper setups here for both teams. Team Vietnam are gonna rely on the initiation of Nart, Sherry for the shred, cleanup by Joe and Gang Shin. But for Idonotsleep Esports, they only need at least one combo. Angelina and Lois. But Angelina, oh, and burning death is gonna die. It's traded though, but that's a nice solo kill by Gang Shin. Again, that's their only combo. That's the only thing they have to do. Dawning Light into that ulti by Lois, they can already kill so many people. And we have to take note that Izzy, even if it's having a hard time, later on, when he actually becomes able to scale up, when he pops out that ultimate, he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage and that reset capability as well on his ultimate. That's the hard thing here on the side of Team Vietnam. They cannot give any window of opportunity because when they do, or if they do, it's gonna be a disaster for them. Idonotsleep Esports on their composition are built on punishing mistakes.
Yeah, just Lloyd just spinning it to win it right now on this Balmond. It's absolutely crazy. Speaking of spin it to win it, Nart goes down as well.
Yeah.
One lethal counter is absolutely lethal here on the side of IDNS Esports. They are having a 1k gold lead up against Team Vietnam, but they are looking to equalize instead by ganking in this top lane. But Sherry is all alone here on the bot side.
Oh,
Three
no.
members of IDNS Esports looking to take down Sherry. Guardian's Barrier is here, but fortunately enough, Nart is also trying to give some vision here for Team Vietnam. This is the turtle take, and I think pretty much it is still going to be IDNS Esports, Lois, taking in that turtle with the retribution on point. And right now, they are going to be so aggressive as the lethal counter goes down. They get in the red buff as well as taking down Nart in the process. That is absolutely crazy. IDNS Esports, they know when to go on the full aggressive side, and they are definitely winning this round. They can feel the momentum. They want to head into the grand finals, perhaps with the clean sweep. But of course, Team Vietnam will not let it go that easily. 6-8 is our score. IDNS Esports with the 2k gold lead right now. But now Izzy is just forced to take in the objectives because right now, Team Vietnam, they are really having a difficult time right now up against IDNS Esports.
Yeah, they're being exhausted a little bit from all those team fights. They just want to scale up. They just want to farm, but they're not being allowed here. Dawning Light right after that ulti from Gangshin. Even though the ulti of Lois missed, it's still okay. He got that spin to win action. He will secure that kill. Idonotsleep Esports are slowly winning the team fights and slowly increasing their gold lead as well. And if this continues to happen, Team Vietnam, it's gonna be a tough time for them. It's hard to come back from a 2-0 win, and this game so far has been going in favor of Idonotsleep Esports with the draft that they constantly make and with the execution, the clean execution they do as well. Even if Izzy is getting bullied, it doesn't even matter because Lois,
Right.
Angelina already deals a lot.
Yeah, Sherry, it is going to be crucial. Sherry to pop in that ultimate in the clash. It could be a wipeout here for Team Vietnam. That is really what's scary here. It's not just Lois with the little counter, it's also the crossbow of Tang here coming in from Izzy, as well as the Dawning Light. There's just absolutely so much threat here for IDNS Esports. And now they are looking to take this first Lord. Guardian's Barrier there by Zanri. Gate is locking in this Lord pit for the side of IDNS Esports. But of course, Team Vietnam also concealed being captured by Nart. They felt it and they are on their way out. As IDNS Esports, they have to play this out very well. Again, the winning condition is there for Vietnam. They have the tools for it. They have the Claude here to burst down the members of IDNS Esports. But again, the condition here for IDNS Esports is for Izzy to pop in that ultimate. And of course, the Dawning Light by Angelina in the backside. That's just simply it for IDNS Esports. So much damage, right? You don't know who you
Yep.
want to take down now. Is it Izzy or is it Angelina? That is the biggest question here for Team Vietnam.
And it puts a big responsibility onto Nart being able to land a proper combination into that ultimate to try and set up for the team, because that's basically how they can actually counter the lineup here of Idonotsleep Esports. Good take on the tower, but Izzy is about
wild
to
charge.
fly. Gonna try to do so, but did not pop out that last mark. So he's gonna fall down. A little bit of an overextension and overconfidence, I must say, here on the side of Idonotsleep Esports. That's a pause being established here. A request by Idonotsleep Esports.
Yeah, oh, actually, it's a request from
Team
Team
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Yeah,
Vietnam.
Team Vietnam, of course. Right after that clash, but I think ultimately, that last clash there actually favored Team Vietnam as the Guardian's Barrier and the Wild Charge coming in from the Grok, and right after that, it was on almost pick off on the Derot, but fortunately enough, he was able to escape that one. But again, I think like what you mentioned, it is going to put so much pressure here on Nart to make in that game changing play. But again, GG, there is a lot of untouchable heroes here. The Wan, even Angelina's savior is pretty much untouchable. So I think here the biggest question is: will you go for the savior that goes in for a lot of pokes, right? The backline damage here, or will you go for the Wan that has pretty much been very lethal? It's so easy to pop in the ultimate right now. So who do you kind of go for, right? Who do you want to take down first?
Uh-huh. It's hard to decide now for the side of Idonotsleep, for Team Vietnam. Idonotsleep Esports, if we check out their composition, they can definitely counter the likes of Team Vietnam. And I think Team Vietnam can kind of win on small skirmishes, just like what happened in the top lane. That's what they need to continue doing, because group up team fights are not really working out for them for the moment because of that AoE damage coming in from Idonotsleep Esports. They have to rely on Sherry scaling so much, and that's gonna take a bit of time, maybe 12 minutes into the game, maybe 15 minutes into the game, depending on how he is able to farm in the bottom lane. And so far, he's constantly being ganked. He's being able to so safely disengage and escape those threats. But after those is what concerns me. Team Vietnam kind of being playing passive a little bit against Idonotsleep Esports. This is a good sign coming in from them. Starting this lore, but
This
they have
lore.
to take note. There is engage once again. Izzy is down.
Ooh.
Take note of that. Support
Placing
by
duet.
Dawning Light now, damaging the members of Team Vietnam. But as they scatter, Lois might actually be in trouble. He's being chased down here by Joe. Sandri zoning them off. No take on the Lord this yet. And things are just looking so messy as of the moment. Meow, Xami, and Sun and Pack, both dead. Both teams gonna reset for a bit before they prepare for the next fight again, as Nart is just looking for vision, knowing where they can actually go. But the
Oh,
cooldown
Gangshin.
of the ultimates are kind of fast on the side of Idonotsleep Esports. They can go for more. They can go for round 2. And Sandri is setting up for the team. It's going to be tough for Team Vietnam to either close, because they can close the distance. But when they do, it's hard for them to escape now.
Yeah, they're pretty much out. I think really with the range, they are pretty much outranged here by IDNS Esports. Definitely, it is going to favor IDNS Esports when it comes to the clashes. But again, Nart can make in those game-changing plays. But again, you do have to worry about the Wan here, as well as the Dawning Light coming in from Angelina.
Angelina.
So you really don't want to force out this team fights if you are Team Vietnam, right? I mean, you do have the toolkit for the burst damage. But again, it is IDNS Esports that has the range. They are again going for the Lord. It was a reset earlier on as the two side laners were down. Concealed play being popped up here by Nart. Again, the Lord will be reset, but no, it is going to be Loy still continuing the Lord. But I think Team Vietnam has a different plan. Wild charge there. onto two Dawning Light into
Ooh.
the backside, takes down Joe, and Izzy gets to pop in that ultimate as well. Narc, Meow X Amy forced to back away their jungler and their gold laner down, and this is the call for IDNS Esports to take in this lord. This is the Luminous Lord, by the way, and I think they can further push in the towers. Team Vietnam will definitely have a hard time contesting this one. Outraged by so much, and now Lois looking for Narc here, Dawning Light. This is absolutely crazy. You really don't want to give the savior out, right? You should have picked it up or maybe even go for more raids. And now IDNS Esports really on the full aggressive side as Lois spinning it to win it. They get in this mid-side tower before the Lord even marches down. And speaking of the Lord, it is now going to our bot side. IDNS Esports looking really good and they are feeling the momentum here in the grand final stage. This is absolutely crazy. Team Vietnam was waiting for them, but IDNS Esports, they are really showing us why they deserve the spot here in the grand final stage. As Team Vietnam, they are looking more on the defensive side right now. They cannot afford to lose any more members because the lanes are slowly closing in one by one here.
Yeah, there's a push as well by Sun Pak on the top side, and there's no answer coming in from Team Vietnam. That's a charge by the Lord. It's going to continue pushing into the bot lane inhibitor tower unless Team Vietnam does something about it. Well, they do have a Gangshin to try and damage this along
my
with the other
goodness,
members, but
charge.
Zandri enters the fight. Sharon nearly gets blown out, manages to survive with a sliver of health, but the inhibitor tower is falling down. Izzy free hitting from the backside. Sonopak is nowhere seen during that fight, but the results are still favoring Idonotsleep Esports, taking out two inhibitor towers of Team Vietnam. They disengage with little to nothing left here for Team Vietnam. Just the mid inhib.
Yup. Wow, that was really aggressive of Zanri going in for the flicker and the wild charge. Ultimately, it's a good thing that he wasn't taken down. But really, this is a composition wherein you can dive. You got the Grok, you also got the Thamas, as well as the Balmond here to do in the dives. And right after that, you got Izzy and you got Angelina for the backline damage. So pretty much Team Vietnam has no access here to the backlines of IDNS Esports, which is really pretty much what's making it hard for them right now to win in all these clashes. Again and again, IDNS Esports is just showing us why they deserve to be here. Two inhibitors down here for Team Vietnam, 30-second before the next Lord is up. And I think it is so difficult right now, GG, for Team Vietnam to push out these clashes because it is definitely favoring the side of IDNS Esports. Again, here we have our codes before the Luminous Lord is up. Hope you guys get it. There is a lot of tournament chests, and the highest one, by the way, is a level 8 tournament chest containing 1,099 diamonds for you guys to enjoy all those skins or perhaps even emotes that you guys can buy. There is a lot of MPL emotes already out, so maybe you guys can enjoy that as well.
Enjoy those codes, enjoy the diamonds, and enjoy what you can purchase, and also enjoy the game that you are watching. Because, well, Idonotsleep Esports are having such a fantastic time as of the moment. Only one tower, take note, has been taken here by Team Vietnam. The one in the top lane. Mid lane, even though it's very low, as well, it's still standing, and Idonotsleep Esports are going to be happy with that. All the control that they have against Team Vietnam with the 7,000 gold lead and rising even as the game progresses. Team Vietnam are trying to contest this lore, but it's going to be tough for them. There's a blazing
Nice
duet
Irish
coming in
revenge.
from Sherry. Gets the shutdown onto Lois. This is huge. Joe is trying to go
Yeah,
in
it's huge.
with the execute. And
Izzy's
Joe
flying.
trying to get a kill onto Angelina. Can he actually get it? Xander is zoning him. That's 2 for 2 trade as of the moment. But here comes
Joe.
Izzy. He has a lot of health remaining, but Joe can dodge those auto attacks. Team Vietnam doing actually well in that team fight. They stopped the take on the Lord, and they also have killed off many members from Idonotsleep Esports.
Yeah, the Tyrant's rage there is on point. But right after that, there was a counter engage coming in from IDNS, the wild charge as well from Zanri. So it was a 2 for 2 trade. Still no one getting in the Lord. But fortunately, like what I mentioned, again, it is going to favor IDNS Esports when it comes to the clashes. Izzy is able to pop in that ultimate. That is really something you do not want if you are going up against a 1-1. The little 1-1 is just sending everyone back to their base. And now IDNS Esports is going to try and take this Lord once again. Nart trying to position himself. Everyone is spinning. They want to get this Lord. Lois is in a right position. Nart trying to make in some place, but
Oh,
again,
the steal!
Joe steals in the Lord, even with the lethal counter. But here comes the dog
Blazing
slice on the
Duet!
backside, and the blazing duet as well, sending everyone back three. Full kill for the side of IDNS Esports, and Joe is the next
Oh,
one to go. Immortality being popped up, and will it be a maniac for Angelina? Dawning like misses, but now it is going to be still an unstoppable, immense gameplay, immense clash once again in favor of IDNS Esports. They got the lore, but now Nart is the only one left to defend here. You still got three members of IDNS Esports here. Nart doing his very best, but the death timers are still not that far here. You got Meow X Amy, you got Gangshin, so pretty much Team Vietnam is still breathing right after that super intense clash
yep.
by Angelina on this savior. This is pretty much why you don't want to give this hero away, right?
Yep, and it's definitely it's exactly why. And Team Vietnam, that was a miraculous steal coming in from Joe. If Idonotsleep Esports has gotten that Lord, it would have been GG already. It would have been game number 2 secured by Idonotsleep Esports, but this is not the case. Team Vietnam still very much alive in this game. It's gonna be up to Sherry, which actually is dealing quite a lot of damage with that blazing duet. He's starting to pop off already. Even manages to kill Lois a while ago with the blazing duet, along with the damage coming in from Joe. So one more something like that can actually turn the
Huh?
tides here in this game. Yeah, Ximi getting chased, but well, he is tanky with that Derot, and Idonotsleep Esports are trying to rotate across the map, trying to get some picks because it's still gonna take some time before the Lord spawns up.
Yep. This is crucial actually for Team Vietnam. Yes, they are breeding, but up until when will they breed? Because IDNS Esports hasn't been giving them breeding space ever since, right? It's already the 19-minute mark, and this is the second Luminous Lord of the game. Again, clashes are going to favor IDNS Esports considering how well they're made for these team fights. Sherry is the target of that wild shard. Again, counter engage here by Nard. Again, Angelina with the proper positioning. Good chunk down the members here of Team Vietnam. They have to back away. They still got 4 members here, but fortunately enough for Team Vietnam, they take down one, they take down Zanri right after that. They are still breeding. This game is still not over, ladies and gentlemen. We are already nearing the 20-minute mark. Still, Team Vietnam is holding on for their dear lives.
They're holding on for dear life. Team Vietnam are wanting to tie this series up, and I don't sleep esports. Despite their efforts, they're struggling to close out this game. That Lord Steel, that Blazing Duet, those are the problems right now, as well as the execute threat here of Joe. All low HP members of Idonotsleep Esports can be threatened to be taken down. As Nard goes in with the ultimate, is trying to get some stacks there, getting the
Oh.
marks cleared up so that he can fly later on. But
The
that's a
side
chase
laners are
down
doing like
onto
a
Genshin.
1v1 duel on the top side though, but Gangshin, key member taken down, GG. It's absolutely crazy. Meow X Amy actually forcing Sun of Pak to pop in that immortality, but right now, again, so much separated clashes. They really want to get in this board. Proper positioning, Blazing Duet, again, Angelina. Double kill for Izzy. 3 members down here for Team Vietnam. The Gorgeous Berry as well catches Joe in the midst of it all. There is immortality being popped up, but again, after those 3 members, it might just be the end here for IDNS Esports. They are feeling the heat as Team Vietnam. Meow X Amy is forced to back away. This could be the end, GG. Knockups, all the ultimates being popped here to take
It's
down
their
Meow X Amy.
chance.
It's a wipeout for Team Vietnam as IDNS Esports take this game number 2 with
Wow.
a very, very clean wipeout. Again, this is really pretty much why the lower bracket is a different crawl all throughout, GG. I cannot believe it myself. We are now heading to the match point between these two teams. It's actually quite surprising, right? Team Vietnam was waiting for them, but it is IDNS Esports that really has been crawling all the way to the top. Will they be still on top after this game number 3? This is the game
changing game for them after all. Game number 3, the match point for IDNS Esports of Thailand.
Fantastic performance coming in from them. And as we look at the stats again, Team Vietnam has to kind of learn from this. There's a reason why Idonotsleep Esports has been winning it. One of those reasons is because Angelina has been getting the savior. Yep. 7-1-14. Out of 23 kills, she has participated in 21 of them. That is how big of an impact this savior has been into the game. And I think Team Vietnam, if they won't ban this, it's gonna be a take here for Idonotsleep Esports, and they're just gonna be closing the series 3-0. But let's see if they're gonna be continually doing that, as we are gonna be continuing this series for game number 3 and finding out what will happen after this short break. We are your shoutcasters, Gyung Gaming and Burger Kim. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You're still watching the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, and this is the grand final stage. And mind you, this is already the match point between IDNS Esports of Thailand and Team Vietnam. And this time it is a 2-0, of course, in favor of IDNS Esports of Thailand. They were the representatives of Thailand last year in the MSC 2021, and they are looking forward to again represent the region in this Mekong qualifiers by winning this grand championship stage. I think GG for this next game. I really feel like the Savior has so much high ground. I feel like it has to be banned away for this one. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not just a
It
Fanny
has to
that you
be
have to
banned.
watch out for. It really has to be banned. I mean, considering how high its win rate is under the hands of IDNS Esports. So I think Fanny ban might come through as well as the Savior ban, not unless Team Vietnam wants to shake it up, right? They bring up, or maybe they pick up the Savior for themselves, which I haven't seen them doing, right? They have picked it up. Yes, they have picked it up in different games. So right now, I'm actually kind of wondering why they're not going for these high ground mages.
And I think they wanted to have that burst capability and also have that mobility in a sense with the Lilia. They're very comfortable with it. It deals a lot of damage as well. Unfortunately, we saw the whole game how big of a threat the Balmond and the Savior has made all throughout that
And the
game. Even
Wan
that
Wan.
those two are just already so strong. Take note that there's also their other allies, the one, the the Grok, even allowing them to have that much ground in the game, and also the clean up, the high sustain of the Tamus, even with the composition that can win side lanes like the Diroth, and also the setups that can be made by Nart, and the scaling that we have seen pop off by
Mhm.
Sherry. The Blazing Duet dealt a lot of damage in the last 2-3 team fights. However, it's still not enough. The ground coverage of Idonotsleep Esports was just too immense. And maybe it's time. It's time
Exactly.
for Team Vietnam to take
This time,
There
the
you go.
saber out.
let's
Yeah,
do it
Immediately.
finally.
mine.
Yeah, finally someone recognizes it. This is what has been winning games for IDNS Esports, and now Team Vietnam realizes that very well, and that it's going to be taken out. So, which means they don't plan to pick this up themselves. So now we are going to be seeing finally Angelina can say that, okay, let me pick up another hero, right? He has been spamming the Savior consistently for the past 4 or 5 games already. So something new for Angelina this time. And speaking of Angelina, she has picked up a lot of heroes for herself as well. So I mean, we are going to be looking forward to see what that hero will be. And now, will it be again the respect on the assassins, because these are the two teams that utilizes the assassins so well. The Fanny, Ling, even the Lancelot
I
actually
enjoy
is a
pain.
high
I
priority here for
harness
both
it.
teams. The Valentina, of course. Yes, it is Team Vietnam that has the first pick. You don't want to give this game-changing hero away for them to pick up. So now, will it be again, they could start out with the Karina. I mean, it's already the Savior is already one of the problems out here for Team Vietnam. Will it be a Fanny ban that comes through, or will they pick themselves? I'm actually just so curious here. There is a lot of heroes still open, or will they target perhaps like the mid lane, or maybe an Eve or something that has been quite a priority pick as well here in the Mekong qualifiers.
There's a lot of choices, and the Team Vietnam, well, it's gonna be a tough challenge for them, especially
Fight for
in
the
in
ultimate.
this game. Taking note that they have to remove the savior from the
Yes, sir.
composition here
What's your command?
of Idonotsleep Esports. A while ago, they kind of targeted the Masha, the Hilda, and the Basha. Now they have to take into consideration this particular hero as well. So that gives an opening here for Idonotsleep Esports on their other aggressive play styles. Maybe they can finally go with the full tank composition that they kind of win
Right.
with against their other opponents. And Team Vietnam, yes, they do can play with this similar play style as well. But given the circumstances that I don't know if Esports has the momentum in this series, I think they're going to be very much comfortable in adapting, and I think they're already prepared for the savior to be removed. They know that even in the previous series against Nightmare Esports, they were also spamming the savior, and they were kind of building towards a different draft in case the savior is removed.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't really pan out so well for them. I mean, it still pretty much worked out, but again, the savior was pretty much a game changer for the side
Mm-hmm.
of IDNS Esports, right? Just dishing out or poking out so much damage, forcing out every member to back away from every team fight. So I think IDNS Esports are building this type of composition wherein it's very team fight eccentric, right? They bring out the Wan, they also bring out the savior, but this time the savior's already out. So I think for this very particular game, there is going to be a contest, of course, on the assassins as well as the one that we know that both gold laners love to play. And if Team Vietnam knows this very well, IDNS Esports loves to pick up those team fights. They can actually pick up the one, but they start out with the Baksha instead. So now the Baksha pretty much is can be a roamer. Most of the time it is the jungler, but now IDNS Esports can go for those high ground type of heroes. Again, they don't have the savior this time. Maybe they can answer it out with maybe I think a Cecilion would be a great start. Eve is also, by the way, still open here.
Mm-hmm.
But it might be the Angeling. It might be the Angeling. Oh, it is the
Oh.
Angeling. Oh, they actually one step ahead of Team Vietnam, stealing away the possibility of actually having uh, Angela going with a tank, right? So this is the Angeling combo. We've seen this the aggressive Angela of Xanri, and now Team Vietnam has to kind of answer it out. What's it gonna be for their mid laner? This thing is going to rotate so fast, right? So they kind of need those sustained heroes as well. This Ling pushes out so much damage, and with the consideration of buffing up its passive, it's pretty much a very viable hero right now in the meta. What's it going to be? Will they pick up a mid laner or will they pick up a one actually, stealing it away? Which means that the IDNS Esports again will go for that team fight eccentric
Late
type of
game
composition.
scaling.
Late game scaling, the Sicilian, and IDNS Esports, they can pick up pretty much the one here, right? The
Mm-hmm.
one still pretty much makes sense here for IDNS Esports, not unless they want to pick up like maybe a Lilia to go with their mid lane roamer, which is the Angela. So maybe just maybe they go for a Lilia, but I think it would be a wise choice to actually pick up the one right now. It still pretty much makes sense. It was also one of the reasons why they won the clashes in game number two.
Mm-hmm. When the 1-1 flies off with the ultimate, it's the time for them to actually shred down the HP of the members of Team Vietnam, and it will really make
Oh, the
sense as well. But I
Lilia.
think they would want to prepare for it later on, like have it in their last final picks, as Team Vietnam are gonna be having this really scary composition. The first three picks are already scary, has a lot of mobility with the Baksha and the Paquito, and they can actually go in with a front to back team fight with just the three picks being made here by Team Vietnam. And Idonotsleep Esports, yes, they have the Angeline combo, but they're lacking frontline as of the
Mhm.
moment.
They still need
Angela
frontline.
can be a tank, but you need another frontline that can keep the members of Team Vietnam suppressed or hold down. And Idonotsleep Esports so far is lacking that. Yes, they can go with a hyper carry scaling late game marksman, but it's gonna take time, and that's not the usual approach of Idonotsleep Esports during the past two games. They mostly get the early game and then they take control of the whole setup, the whole macro and micro of the map.
Yeah, again, IDNS Esports can build that front to back line composition. They already got it with the Ling, and now, of course, respecting still the here of Sun Umpak. I did mention that he can be crazy with this Esmeralda. He also utilizes the Uranus very well. So I think with this composition, maybe they can go for maybe a D-Rod for Sun Umpak. The Mash is already out, right? The Grok is already out. So now something for Sun Umpak to pick up in the side lanes to sustain, to do those pushes. They already got the Ling, right? They can further pick up the D-Rod. I think it would be great and they do go for the Durot, like what I mentioned,
Mhm.
and they might actually be locking this one in. So I think it's great to go up against the Baksha. It's also great to go up against the Paquito, and I think overall, this Durot really makes so much sense. The one is already out of the picture, so will it be a Brody or maybe a Popol in Koopa to shake things up here for Team
Oh,
Vietnam? No, they're just probably hovering over that, right?
I
Just
thought
hovering
Team
over that.
Vietnam would be like, let's ride this out. at
Yeah,
match
let's.
point of Idonotsleep Esports.
Yeah, they pick up the Yuzhong. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, they go for the full sustainer. This is what you want if you're a Sicilian. You just have to be covered by tanky
By
heroes.
tanky heroes,
Yeah,
and
literally.
this
Okay,
is the
this is
lineup.
this is really again going to put so much pressure on Gangshin if ever this is the type of composition that they go for. But we've seen
Look at the
Joe
last.
also. Hmm, we've seen Joe on the
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
Yep.
The
They're
Hayabusa. We've
preparing
seen
for
Joe pick this up.
Idonoslip Esports to pick up a marksman, maybe a carry to counter them. They're preparing. They're 2 steps ahead in
They
preparation
could go
here.
for the carry.
Uh-huh.
They could definitely go for the carry, but there is still the threat of the Yuzong as well as the Hayabusa with Ogi Shadow Kill can definitely get you even under the tower. But fortunately, yes, there is the Angela with the hard guard. Yeah, the carry does make sense, but you want to go for someone who can go up against the Yuzong here. So pretty much it's a very tanky lineup from Team Vietnam. The carry pick makes sense if they make it work. Again, the carry could work, but they really need. It's pretty much a very squishy lineup for
Yeah.
IDNS Esports if they pick it
Oh,
up,
oh,
right? If
oh,
they
oh, oh.
Okay, they
Ooh.
shake things up with a Benedetta. Oh, this is massive. Okay, this is a lot of split pushes for the side
Yep.
of IDNS Esports, and of course, a little classic throwback to the fighter side laners, as well as the Benedetta, which is going to be one of the first time that we are going to be seeing it here in the Mekong qualifiers. Can really poke up against a Yuzong, and at the same time, it can also split push as well. So I think IDNS Esports this time they are not going to go for those team fight eccentric type of play style. They might just go for the split pushes. And now, this actually makes sense, especially since you have a scaling hero here, which is the Sicilian for the side of Team Vietnam. But again, like what I mentioned, it is going to be so much pressure on Gangshin to dish out damage in the late game.
So much pressure indeed, and that's what makes this composition of Team Vietnam scary. Because while you're gonna be having that role of dealing damage and scaling up in the late game, but you're gonna be accompanied with so many tanks. And take note that they even have an assassin to take out these squishy members of Idonoslep Esports. So Team Vietnam, even if they do have a tanky lineup and a good scaling lineup, they can also excel and even match up against Idonoslep Esports in the early game. So let's see how this is gonna pan out with this split push composition of Idonoslep Esports. Well, their strengths are definitely small skirmishes, but when Team Vietnam are grouped up, they're gonna be really difficult to take down as 5.
Already, if you got the Sicilian covered, it is going to matter. But again, like what I mentioned, you can take care of the Sicilian. There is the Ling. Is also a Benedetta, so you can pretty much tower dive the Sicilian here. But again, they sustain the sides. They give enough space for Gangshin to scale up on the Sicilian. But right now, there is full aggression on taking in the red buff here by Lois. Already rotating to that side. But now, on the mid side though, there is a lot of skirmishes. But again, still no casualties here. But I could be wrong. Nart could have been the target. But still, it is very calculated here by both of our teams.
Yep, early start, early aggression by both teams, and I think it's gonna be quite interesting how Idonoslep Esports are gonna try to establish a good early game because that is what they need. They need to become ahead in the early game to take control of the map because Team Vietnam are gonna be really strong, grouping up, especially when the turtle spawns in a while. The first objective of the game, in which it's gonna attract a lot of attention for both teams. It's gonna be contested here by Idonoslep Esports as they are also pathing, but Nart is very tanky. He
Yeah.
is being able to sustain so much damage despite the efforts here of Idonoslep Esports.
Oh, there's a
He
lot of
should, though,
suns.
take care. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Zanri forced to disengage. Oh, there's a flicker in.
Sammy?
What up, first love? Meowing Sammy, that was unexpected by Zanri. Don't have a sprint anymore, but they will secure this turtle because of Lois.
Yep, team fight eccentric composition this time from Team Vietnam. And as for IDNS, they can, yes, do the split pushes and also take in the objectives that they need. So right now, we are seeing sort of a different type of flavor from Team Vietnam and IDNS Esports. So again, this is definitely going to favor Team Vietnam when it comes to the late game. But will it be reaching the late game if this keeps up, right? If IDNS Esports is able to make this composition work,
is able to get in the objectives and the pickoffs that they need. Lois already quietly taking in this red buff is able to escape. That's feast here by Gangshin as Lois. Hard guard is up. He can go in for the dive. He can go in for the Tempest of Blades, but it is quite calculated here by Idonos Esports. They don't want to pick in fights that they cannot win just yet. They are waiting for that power spike, but of course, the gold lead again is favoring IDNS Esports considering how fast they took in that turtle after the first blood.
Yep, and the split push is kind of starting here.
It
Or
is,
Izzy
right?
is not going to be leaving his lane anytime soon unless there is an objective that they need to group up for. Because Izzy, as a Benedetta, this is kind of reminiscent of how the previous meta has been. The Benedetta, the Paquito, and the matchup has always been kind of difficult to change, you know, because both can actually scale up pretty fast in the early game, and whoever wins, well, Sherry is being the one to try and hold out Izzy, but a Benedetta, when he gets early snowball, it's difficult to take him down. But here,
Oh,
the
Zenry.
ulti, he gets popped up.
Oh,
Zenry
so
is still
fast.
alive. And here comes
Yeah, the
Lois,
sprint.
actually, quite confident of him. He does have the heart guard to try and keep himself alive, and look at the damage! Utmost confidence.
Oh, here Sherry goes down.
Because of Angelina and Zanri backing Lois up. And now with the turtle, oh, this gold lead is gonna balloon in their favor.
Yep, there is a lot of redeem codes for you guys to claim. Be sure to get that as IDNS Esports. They have gotten this first turtle of the game and they are looking to capitalize. And right now it is looking very good pretty much for them. Look at how much Izzy is able to take in the gold plating on the top side as compared to Sherry. Again, that was IDNS Esports was gunning for. They were gunning for the team fight type of composition. And right now, already immediately in the 4-minute mark, they take in the tower on the top side, forcing perhaps Team Vietnam to rotate on that side as well. But with this team fight eccentric composition of Team Vietnam, it is not going to be easy to rotate. There is the threat of Lois. There is also a lot of slows and stuns coming in from Angelina as well as Zanri. And now Angelina, of course, to pop in the black shoes. Ogi Shadow Kill is also being popped there by Joe. He does not have the purple buff. It was a great start, again, still by IDNS Esports. This is already the match point, GG.
Yep.
And I think IDNS Esports, they are really, really wanting to take this game as early as possible.
And they should. This is gonna be the kind of pros and cons of their composition. If they are gonna be able to take this early game, they can close it out pretty early. They have to close it out early because team fighting is gonna be harder and harder as the game progresses. Right now, it's looking so fine for them. Later on, it's gonna be very, very challenging. They are trying to secure this tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and they will be able to do so with help of the other members of Idonotsleep Esports. This Sicilian takes a bit of time to scale up, and they are
Right.
trying to push at least all tier 1 towers in the game. 5,000 gold lead at 6 minutes is significant, and as they get more objectives like the turtle, like the towers, and win the small skirmishes, they're gonna be preventing this scaling of Team Vietnam. They're even having the luxury of taking the jungle camps away from Joe.
Yeah, Joe hasn't been getting any purple buff, right? He has been denied of that purple buff several times, and now Izzy goes in for the ultimate, but the turtle again,
Oh,
like I would have mentioned,
Izzy.
separated clashes. Izzy has the hard guard. Here comes the Black Dragon form. He still does not go down. Here comes the entire members of IDNS
my.
Esports, and they take down Sherry. 4-1. And like what I mentioned, really, how do you stop a Sicilian? The only way to stop a Sicilian is to make the early game matter, and IDNS Esports is really making it matter right now. It is so difficult for Team Vietnam to get in the objectives. Joe has been denied the purple buff several times, and this is really crucial for an assassin like a Hayabusa to be able to spam in the skills. And now Team Vietnam knows that very well. They are also resorting to split pushes as well. They need to take in the towers, considering how IDNS Esports quickly took in 3 towers just in the 7-minute mark.
And here they go again, contesting
Again,
the
and
purple
again.
buff. Take note that Joe is still level 8, and Lois is already level 9. So how can you even try and get your purple buff when your retribution damage is very low? And they managed to get it. Idonotsleep Esports continue to on their onslaught in this game and continue to strive in this game as well, getting those objectives, getting the farm of Joe, and also increasing their gold lead now towards 6,000 gold at 8 minutes. So, with the Lord spawning in the next 28 seconds, this is already enough for them to apply that pressure and prevent Team Vietnam from even contesting.
Exactly. This is absolutely crazy, right? So many towers in such a short span of time that Team Vietnam is now kind of wondering if they should go for the clashes or do the split pushes. It's so difficult right
Oh,
now.
hard guard.
Look at that. They barely have any damage up against the members of IDNS Esports that has been relentless on causing the damage. Black shoes being popped there by Angelina. The first Lord is up for this game. 8-minute mark and already 4 towers down. Look at that. It's almost going closer and closer to the inhibitor towers here of Team Vietnam. And I think they really don't want to extend this game any longer. They have crawled from the lower bracket and they are looking to take this with a 3-0, but not unless Team Vietnam can hold it out. But look at the damage as well coming in from Sonobak. So aggressive with the flicker play. Takes down Meowx Amy. They really, really want to take this one, but it is a different story though. While they are doing that clash, the Lord is already half HP, and IDNS Esports takes this without any contest at all from Team Vietnam. Again, Lois is not getting that purple buff. Again and again, 9-minute mark, he has been denied several times already.
You're not giving a break to Team Vietnam. Not at all. Continue to skate, continue to get those objectives, get the farm, and force out team fights. And it's so hard for Team Vietnam right now to come back. There's a Lord marching in the top lane. There's a fight in the mid, but how can it kill Izzy? He has the heart guard, and here comes Lois as well
Oh,
with the
dear.
shield. Oh my gosh, the damage is just too much. This link is unstoppable. That's 4 people dead on the side of Team Vietnam, and they're just looking to maybe end the misery right now. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I do not
Oh,
sleep
dear.
esports. Is
They can go for
dominating Vietnam right now, breaking the base wide
don't even
open. This
care.
bottom lane is gonna get destroyed as well. There's nothing that Nart and Meowx Amy can do against their enemy team.
Yeah, their composition is so mobile as well, so it is hard for Gangshin to actually pop in the ultimates, the Bats Feast, and the Bats impact is there, but the Lord is still pretty much up. Tempest of Blades in the middle of it. Oh, look at the first time. This could potentially be the end as Joe
This
goes
is
down.
the
Gangshin, the only one left.
Whoa.
And IDNS Esports hit a crazy, super fast last game, and they will be our grand champions for the Mekong Qualifiers from the lower bracket. GG. I cannot believe this myself. Team Vietnam was waiting for them, but it was them that got in the sweet victory with a 3-0. Was that 9 minutes or was that 10 minutes?
That was swift. That was 10,
So swift.
11 minutes. One of the fastest games as well that we have seen all throughout the tournament. That is how big this team has grown in the
Exactly.
tournament. Them falling off in the upper bracket, going down to the lower bracket after that the final stage when they battled against Nightmare Esports. They got the revenge by redeeming themselves against Idonotsleep Prince and having that reverse sweep against Nightmare Esports, and now having to secure a 3-0
Zero.
against a team that was nearly undefeated. No game, almost no games lost during the first stages and the final stages of this tournament. They only suffered one loss against Nightmare Esports in the upper bracket finals, and then this happened. That's how
Yeah.
huge the improvement of Idonotsleep Esports has been. And
Yeah,
man,
they haven't
salute.
they haven't been sleeping, right? Absolutely a huge salute for the side of IDNS Esports. They definitely deserve this crown. They definitely deserve the chance again to represent in the MSC 2022 in Kuala Lumpur this year. But again, it was a good game, well played
for Team Vietnam. Ultimately, I think for the very last game, just to sum it all up, to sum up that very fast game, they really did not give enough time for it to last any longer. Like 15-minute mark, it would have been a deadly Sicilian, but considering like we talked about this right during the drafting phase when they ended it with the Benedetta, I was like, oh, they are going for the split pushes. They are going for the objective centered type of gameplay instead. So even without the savior, it is pretty much IDNS Esports really with a really a very difficult crawl in the lower bracket, and eventually they got the top spot. So I think it is true what they're saying, right? The crawl from the lower bracket is a completely different story.
Yep. The grind, the hustle is
Hustle.
real. The improvement is real, and the results are amazing. Idonotsleep Esports. Well, right now you can actually sleep,
Can
but I
sleep.
doubt you will. Of all the excitement, of all the good vibes being felt right now by the team, them being able to 3-0 their opponent. I'm just so proud of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to make in that 3-0, like what you mentioned, up against a team that has been undefeated, right? So it is just pretty much congratulations. Again, IDNS Esports, very much well deserved for you guys. You guys can take a break now. If you don't want to sleep, that's fine because your dreams are now a reality. Congratulations for being the MSC Mekong Qualifier winners. We will be seeing you at the MSC representing the region for Thailand, but of course for the entire Mekong. Again, this tournament is organized by MSC Global in cooperation with Vivesa, VNG Games, as well as Laos Esports. But again, that is quite a swift last game, but very, very remarkable play from IDNS Esports. My name is Burger Kim, together with Gigi. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor for being your shoutcasters here in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers. And hopefully, I see you guys once again next year. And Gigi,
Mm-hmm.
maybe you want to say any thoughts before we head out?
Well, I just want to thank everyone who have given their support in this tournament, all the viewers out there who are also commenting their support and
Mhm.
on their thoughts in the game and all throughout the tournament, as well to our amazing production team for
Mhm.
handling us so well,
Solid
and also
production.
to our everyone that made this very much possible. The Montoon, MLBB, the MLBB community, Mineski Global, VNG Games, Veresa, and LEF, the Lao Esports Federation.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. We're hoping to see you again in the next round. But for now, this time, we are going to be bidding goodbye and good night, you all.
Good night. See you guys again. Congratulations, IDNS Esports. See you in MSC 2022.